Greetings, hi, hello, howdy, hey, how are you? Welcome, hi there, hello, what's going on? Hello, hi. Hang on, my light didn't turn on. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Zed. Happy to have you all here. Hi, Sunny. Hi, Jorway. Dux. Dex. Good to see you. Hi, Marie. Cass. Jorway. Brianna. Dark Shadow. Thank you for coming over. Sporker. Thank you for the, 60, 3 years. Thank you so much. 60 months from Sporker. Hi, Awesome Wolf. Hello. Hi, Nancy and Jess. Suli. Marie. Natasha. Hi. Hi, Frosted Fox. Buddy. Good to see you all. Alchemy. Hello. Hi. Oh. Hi, Awesome Wolf. How are you? Oh my goodness, what's going on here, Kamiki? What the hell? Kamiki with the 25 gifted subs going out to My Pink Friday 87 J DeBoth 125 Honey Matchbook Dark Shadow 580 Bellum Mente Gravity Snap with BH Psalm 69 Nice Nightling Void G Technology Chaos Knight Newtlets McClaz Lord Wolf V Presto Ivy Blue Frost Frosted Fox 13 Alchemy Atlas fucking Soren Dark Joker 149 The Kiki 55 Dolphin 7119 Testo Abuser Awesome Wolf 382 and Link Plays all from Kamiki. Thank you so much. Hi Ben Games, how you doing? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Congratulations if you got gifted subs. Be sure to say thank you to Kamiki. And I thank you. What is it? Is it Bizarro Day? Queen Marie with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Going to Vamp Gator, Zachman 2222, Sea Dog 713. I'm Sinks, Lady I, Nixie Dragoness, Akuma Shin, Kate Sky, Scrap Havillion. Avalon. Best I can do. And Lear, all from Queen Marie. Hello, I'm Crazy. Hello, Crazy. I'm Zed. Nice to meet you. Be sure to say thanks for the gifted subs if you got one. Because, neat. Hi, Sophine. How you doing? Oh, so we're, I'm in, at the moment, just cozy mode. Figured we just chill and chat and hang and talk and stuff, and then we've got Minecraft a little bit later today, but we just chilling today, just spending some time together. What's up, Error Code? So I've got Oni on right now. We might go over to Hollow Knight a little bit, but a hype train incoming. That doesn't make any sense at all. Dax Master with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Why is there a hype train? What? Hang on. Is it Christmas? I didn't think it was Christmas. It's oh my God, it is Christmas. Thank you so much for Daxmaster, the 20 gifted subs to Jacqueline, Canadian Dragon, 9 Lives, Black Cat, Vidat001, Smokester TV, Jimmy the Dino, Pipkin 111, Blanket Kermit, Chris Day, Rod Life, Camp Gaming 34, Cool to Pnep. The hell is Cool to Pnep? Cool Top Nap? Obsessed Drogue, Pendaluft, Dark Techie Network, Cat Dad Work, Datomaru, Chef Assassin, Jaws Dude at 55, and Inuyasha 1031 from Daxmaster. As always, if you got gifted a sub, be sure to say thank you. Thank you, Daxmaster. Thank you, Queen Marie. Thank you, Kamiki. Thank you, Jess. Wait a minute. Did I properly call Jess? Was that yesterday? Was that did I? Jess snuck on through. How did you do that? You just popped right on through. It marked it done. Everything was good. Jess, I see you out there. Marie with the 8 gifted subs going to Madmo 111. Stranger 13 Gamer. T 2000 IQ attendant. Help, I'm dumb. You should see 2000 IQ attendant. Lulu the Proto Cabot. Inky Heart. What's up, Inky? Nixie and Princess Jessica from Marie. Jess, Queen Snow, 20 gifted subs going to Drive Through King, King Ray Steel, Hecht Off, Fireboy the Frist, Macario World, Captain Crossflow, Shibby, Arc Blade Man, Dark Fro Giver. Arc, Blademan, Dark Fro Giver. Caitlin, level 3, Dense Bunny, Pulsar Galaxy 118, Mads Gamer, Yui Niline, R. Leroux 94, Buzzback Gaming, Archdruid Briss, Seraphine 86, Seraphine 86, Razoth, Killer Chris, and my name is Daniel. My name is Jeff. All from Queen Snow, Jess. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for the hype trade. Finish with level 6 into level 7. What the fook? Fallen Keeper, thank you for the 19 months. Smart Cookie 46. We have ads in 40 seconds. Oh no. Smart Cookie 38 months. And Robin, 5 gifted subs. Go to Casey Stroud, LG Seidel, Eclipse Bella, Toon Girl 2, and NB Slytherin 999. All from Dr. Weed 1999. Robin, thank you so much. Oh, huh? Are we just what? I don't understand. I put on pants, right? Like usually, if to get this many gifted subs, I take my pants off. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you for the finish level 6 into level 7 hype train. I see that half of you have ordered a second order from Cook Unity, so thank you. If you haven't ordered your first order, exclamation point Cook Unity in chat, and please do. Take a look at it. It's good food. I've really been enjoying the meals. They're good. They're easy. And, oh, my God, it's saving me a lot of money. So you should save yourself some money. Get some good food and have it be easy. Check it out. Exclamation point Cook Unity in chat. Thank you. Hi, Nicholas Williams, 5121. Been a while. How's it going? It's going okay. We're doing all right. Hi, Nancy. Terrestrial Torvis, thank you for 35 months. We're just going to sit here in silence while I recover from my need for recovery. Very wonderful start to stream. Yeah, no, I would be fine with every stream starting this way, but that sounds unreasonable, so I'm not. But I still appreciate it. Thank you. So anyway, I just was thinking, like, we chill and just kind of hang out. And is this oxygen not included? It is, in fact, oxygen not included, or whatever. It is also whatever. It is both oxygen not included and whatever, given that whatever would be all-encompassing, and ergo, most anything would be whatever. So, at any rate, I just figure we just have some chill time together. Just get to hang, you, me, the bros, have some brews, whatever, and call it a day. Up until Minecraft time. We'll kick over to Minecraft here in a bit, but, I put it off as long as I can. I am not in a great place in my Oni playthroughs, but it's not that I'm focusing as much as just existing, You've never played this because you feel like it can get stressful really fast? Yeah, I mean, you can have shit go wrong for sure. That's a lot of storage. That's a lot of damage. I mean, all of this is full. All of this is not. And I got tired of it being full, so I was like, brrr, and so here we are. So the playthrough is kind of an interesting one. I've got a cool slush geyser, which hits pretty nice. I'm the opposite of normal, which is that usually it's too hot. Thank you guys for the level 6 hype train again. I appreciate you all. Hype chests are all the way to everybody. Normally it's too hot, and I am not, because I have a cool salt slush and I have a cool slush, which are making coldness. So in terms of base temperature, the only place where I'm getting any real heat generation is from my batteries. Now, technically, I shouldn't be using as many batteries, but I literally have not set up a generator other than my manuals. Sir, everything is blue. I'm so jealous. I know, right? All of the vents that could generate heat, I've found and capped. So this one's only a cool steam, but I capped the cool steam. I capped the hydrogen vent here that puts it out at like 500 degrees Celsius. This is actually a negative 55 degrees Celsius. So I could open this if I wanted to, but it's just carbon dioxide. So meh, kind of meh. My biggest problem with this base is actually overproduction of water. I need to find something to consume my water. and I haven't really come up with anything as of yet. So that's like it's a weird problem to have, but it's kind of like I'm generating too much water everywhere. Um, so like I guess worst case I could pipe it up and spit it out into the vacuum, but too much cold, too much water. The opposite of every playthrough I've ever done. I know, right? Like this is very atypical, but I'm in a bit of a stuck spot at the moment because I like my base is pretty self-sustaining. Hi, Alec. How are you doing? My base is mostly self-sustaining. However, I'm having a hard time getting like I need to set up a hot area, and it's all so vague, and then I just don't have enough heat generators. I have 2 minor volcanoes down here, and they just really aren't doing a whole lot for me. I mean, obviously they're heating this space, but it's like it's not a lot. And as soon as I try and do anything with them, they immediately cool down, and heat doesn't transfer well from the dropped items to the space, and so it's like I had the brilliant idea. This was the reason I have a cable here. I was thinking, not enough hot singles in your area every day. I was brainiacking, right? And I was like, hey, I've got all this iron ore, right? And if I take this iron ore and I heat it to 1500 degrees, then it turns into molten iron. Okay. And molten iron, when cooled, turns to regular iron. So I can smelt iron at 1500 degrees without having to go and spend the power on smelting. And I was like, turns out this outputs the at 1700 degrees. Now, again, 1500 degrees is how much we need to smelt. 1700 is more than 1500, so I should be able to smelt stuff. And then also, to double check on iron, it doesn't gasify unless it's 2700. So I don't have to worry about it possibly, evaporating it, but I can smelt it. And so I created an enclosure, and I got a deployer and shipping container, the conveyor, and I set up a little iron thing here, and I put a conveyor here, and I was like blip 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 blip. Then I tore that all down, plugged it up, so I have 27.3 tons of iron ore in here, ready to accept lovingly into its arms the 1700 degree Celsius magma. This was my thought. And then the volcano erupted, and the magma cooled down and hardened after warming it up from about 30 degrees Celsius to 72. Now, 72, slightly less than the 1500 that we need. So I think in approximately 800 years, we will have heated the iron enough to have had my cunning plan be cunning and planned. No, the volcano erupted when they're trying to harness their power in your own hubris. No, Dux, it's the opposite. The volcano was a weak little bitch. I needed so much more than it gave me. And I realize they're just miners, but it's like, come on, man. So I don't have a lot of energy production to do heated stuff. I don't have a whole lot, I don't have power other than some hydrogen. I mean, I got a bit of hydrogen, but honestly, with some hydrogen generators, this gets sucked up pretty quick. With some so I don't have a ton of fuel to run a generator, but it's like, I think I need to start doing thermo stuff. But one, thermo is very vague in my memory of memories, and as you guys know, I'm not very memory. So I'm like, how do I set? Two, I seem to recall that I need a lot of oil or lubricant or something, super coolant, and I don't have any of that. And so, like, I'm in a very, I feel very, I don't know, stuck is the right word, but I mean, kind of it's the right word in that, like, I'm having a hard time biting the bullet and making that jump to, I'm going to add more dupes, I'm going to set up a hot room, that sort of thing. So, like, we're all fine and cozy as we are, but to progress is a little bit weird. I've had a hard time getting enough chlorine, so I'm trying to like get as much chlorine as I can. And then some bastard, I don't know which one of these little bastards. You use polluted water to turn into more hydrogen. Yeah, the only problem is I'm moderately overpressured, right? But I mean, and that is what I'll end up doing. But I also have a lot of rust, so I've been and been wanting chlorine. But even if I set up an electrolyzer, I'm overpressure, and so what I think I got to do is I got to get a carbon skimmer down here, pulling at the very least the carbon dioxide out, right? And that'll generate more polluted water. But that should, in theory, lower the gas pressures eventually, but lower the gas pressures to where the electrolyzers can run, generate me some more hydrogen and that sort of thing. And that will also hopefully consume water. So, like, there's all these, like, you know, I mean, the interdependent systems, but it's, you know, that's kind of a thought and a hope. Why is my heater on when I'm hot? Hello? So we've got that, but also some little bastard, and I don't know which one. I went like 300 and some odd cycles without getting food poisoning into my main water, but some bastard jumped in there. Now, it was originally at like 2,000 germs per block. Now I'm down to like, I'm starting to get cleared off. What I'm doing here is to make sure that one, it doesn't distribute, and two, hopefully gets eventually cleaned out, is I'm taking my water and I'm piping it down, and I have a sealed room with several liquid reservoirs, and the room is entirely chlorine based. And then I have a circuit, a germ detection circuit, so that anytime because liquids in a liquid reservoir, when immersed in chlorine, the germs die. The chlorine is sanitizing. By the time they get here, typically they're already all scrubbed of germs and can go on. So I'm only distributing cleaned, germ-free water to the base, even though the main reservoir is a little bit food poisoned. But also, even if I'm not using that water, I am just cycling it. So there's just a constant cycle of water, and the only water that's coming back is water that's been sterilized. So my hope is maybe eventually I can get rid of the germs in here, but I don't know. It's very slow to try and do that, you know? Like this one's cleared up, so it's like it's kind of, as I said, it used to be around 2,000, and now we're down to 1,000. So the slime lung is whatever. It's everywhere, but we have curative tablets, and it's just there's like, you know, I don't know. It slowly dies in regular oxygen, so it should be going down slowly. But I don't. I've had to clear out like a slime lung biome, and so yeah, it's going to be around. But I've got tablets. We clear it. It's fine. You recently learned that you can use heat to kill the germs if you'd want to make that deconstructed after. Yeah, I mean, you could do a lot of. You've got a couple different ways, but trying to use heat to kill the germs would be a lot more difficult, because then I'd have to be like super heating the water, you know? But oh my head, oh my hell, what is OMH? Oh my head. Shattermind, thank you for 34 months, and Starmy with the 13. Hello, it's good to see you. So that's the gist of it. Is, again, like I said, I'm kind of just killing time. Just figured I'd chat with you guys. Like, I'm not making a ton of progress. This is still too much. Come on, I'm trying to clear this out. But yeah, this is like the most un-Oni run you've ever Oni'd at, because like I'm as Illy pointed out, my area is, if anything, my guys are too cold. They're complaining about being too cold, and I like, you know, I don't have too much heat, and I do have too much water. Like, this is not normal. What I do vaguely remember, but I don't remember how. I know that there is a. I know we did it with gas. I don't know whether you could do it with liquid, but I think you could. But I vaguely remember Ica showing that you can use doors, manual doors, because they don't break under pressure. They never crack. Yeah, and you can create a. Let's see if I can vaguely remember this. Because it's right there in my head. But basically, you create a container, and then you have an output. I don't think it would work with gas because you don't have, or with liquid because you don't have a high pressure liquid expulsion. It might, but I don't. Maybe it did. So you have these hold the pressure in there, and then you had something like that, and then you put a drop of oil or naphtha or whatever your container is, and just enough so that it doesn't overpressure the vent. And then so you have a drop of liquid there, you have a vent right there, and then it's like, but the liquid's not enough to overpressure. And because one of the key tenets about Oni is that a single square cannot have two elements occupying it. So you can press into ugly mode, and what this is showing you is literally what element is in every square, right? So a carbon dioxide, yeah, it blends together, but you can see like the carbon dioxide still right there. Like they never cross. You only ever have one element. So you can use that to your advantage. And I don't remember if this is the way, but it feel like it might be. The you can create, because typically if you overpressurize an area, like any of your normal, whether it's any of your normal tiles, anything like that will eventually crack and break, and it'll burst out, because there is very much a concept of pressure in here. You can see in this, it says oxygen and the 1494 grams, right? Like if you had an overpressurized area, it would be much more than about 1500. You're not going to see the normal casual experience here. What are you talking about? This is normal and casual. You need very little gas on the vent in an eye block, just on the top of the container. Oh, you use a gas to do it? I mean, I think that a drop of oil right there, as long as you're not putting oil in, could also work, but I haven't tried that one. But to go back to kind of what I'm saying here, an element can a single square can only have one element, and they cannot push each other around. Well, that's not entirely true, but they cannot mix, and so you can use that to your advantage. What I'm talking about is having an infinite pressure valve here. You create a vacuum here, you close it up, and then you set up a very specific. So you have a small amount of liquid here that makes it so that liquid is one element, and then it's like, say I want to store water in here, then I start pumping water in here. As long as there's not so much liquid that it blocks, or if we use an gas element, like I said, as long as there's not so much that it blocks the vent, then you can pump into here, and it will be like, oh, I can't go into this spot because it's a different element, right? So again, I have oil here, I'm putting water in. It says I cannot put water where there's already oil, so it moves the water into this next space. And then because these doors don't crack under pressure, you can actually do that infinitely. I know that you kind of do that with gas. I don't know that I've tried with a liquid, but I think the concept's the same. And here is that in action. Under normal circumstances, if you have a vacuum and you open up the vacuum, all the air goes and wants to fill. Like, the game is physics adjacent. There's actually a lot of physics to it. None of it's real physics, but it's physics-ish. But what's the negative of using a liquid teppidizer? Not sure what the teppidizer is, so it might be that there is no negative, and I just don't know what the hell that is. Because I don't know what a teppidizer I'm not sure which wood that wood is. Is that a refinement? Huh. I don't know. It's cosplaying as physics, exactly. So, but here's that in action, and you can also kind of see it here. This is a pile of polluted water, but elements cannot interact, and so I have a little bit of brine that fell in, and it dropped down here, and then got pushed into this one spot. So, this is polluted water. There's a tiny little drop of brine right there, and then on the top of that is a nice layer of regular water, which is very handy for various reasons that you don't need to worry about right now. But again, if you have a vacuum and you open up a vacuum to gases, which we have lots of gas everywhere, it's like your dad. If you open up a vacuum, then all the gases rush in and fill in the vacuum. Okay, that's as per usual. However, I have right here, your duplicates can actually get through these little 1-block steps. And right here, I poured crude oil. Now, this used to be open. I closed it off because I didn't want my people running in and grabbing this. But right here, I have crude oil. Elements cannot move diagonally. Ergo, there is oil here, all these gases here, and I have created an entire vacuum. All of this right here. And none of this is filling up with gas because of this little drop of oil right here, keeping everything out. It's a very powerful drop of oil. Liquid temperizer warms bodies of liquid to the limit of 85 degrees Celsius. Must be fully submerged, a greater 400 kilogram of water. But it is able to kill food poisoning and slime lung germs very quickly. Yeah, but I don't want my body of liquid. But the way that I'm doing it, I guess it just heats up large pools of water. It's researched liquid tuning, and you can find our utilities. Okay, but I don't really want to just spend energy to heat up water, right? Like, heat ultimately is your main enemy in this game. You need to have oxygen and food and stuff like that. But if you have a long-term colony, heat management is your biggest problem by far. And so the way that I'm doing it with using chlorine gas generates neither uses any power other than the pump, and it generates no heat. So I would argue that would probably be a little bit better. I'm utilizing the chlorine gas to sterilize instead of having to spend the power, especially given that I don't have generators. I just have people running, and so battery goes fast. So I think the temperizer would work. I get what you're saying. I just think that needing to nearly boil a pool of water, especially unless I create a secondary one and make it smaller and stuff, is going to be a lot more energy expensive and heat productive than just running it through some chlorine, passively running it through some liquid reservoirs. So anyway, I know I've played Oni fairly extensively in the past, and then I immediately forget everything of all the tricks. And so it's like I have the vaguest of notions of the things that I'm supposed to be doing, but the problem is one is I know too much. As someone who used the temperizer, bad route. How many hours? I'm sure not as many as someone who's asking how many hours. But I have a fair few. But I forget it all, and then it's like I'm like, wait, what was it? How do you play this game again? And then I'm like, oh, I don't remember anything about this. I have 887 hours in it. So I've played a minute, but the problem is I forget it all, and then it's like I know enough that I should be doing something, but I don't remember enough to do all the tricks, So, at any rate, I know what I need to be doing. If resources weren't a problem and I had the things, then what I would be doing is I'd be setting up a hot room where you have a bunch of thermos at the bottom immersed in a liquid. I forget what the liquid is. I think it's naphtha or oil, and then you have those thermos running supercoolers throughout wherever you need them to go. And particularly running across your power plants, but those and the thermos pass their heat up to metal plates that are highly conductive. So I think like tungsten is your ideal there, if I recall. Maybe tungsten was for heat resistance, but you have as a thermally reactive plate, and then on top of that plate is the steam condensers, and the water pours down onto it, and then the water pours out, and then you have steam engines above that, which are being cooled by the thermos, and so you create a cycle where the thermos are taking the heat from the anyway. You create these loops. But I don't think I have nearly the power or ability to make that right now. So that's where I'm kind of stuck there. And again, part of it is I just haven't been doing it. I'm sure that if I were to like really start building it, I'd either blow up my colony or get there, one of the two. But that's one of the things that I need to be doing. And then I really need to start getting into, obviously, the space. But the easier thing that I've still just been avoiding because I'm like, but is really what I need to start is I've stopped at my research. I haven't set up any sort of rad bolt generation. And so I need to be able to start doing rad bolts so that I can continue my research tree. So I don't have a whole lot of uranium. I have kind of these guys who could maybe start to generate some radiation. But there's not enough for it to really be very effective, I don't think. I forget how many rads you need to collect for a bolt. If it's 200, then this isn't going to be enough. But I also know that that's like a ton of power. So then it's like, oh, I don't want to do that until I have enough duplicants to be able to generate enough power. And I'm like, oh, but do I have enough food to generate for the duplicates and stuff? But even though I had to, and so I just end up mining more because it's simple and easy, and I'm simple, you know? So, at any rate, you managed to make that steam trick once after last time you went into OD over explanation craze. It was neat. What do you mean an over explanation? What are you talking about? I've never over explained it only once. I can now trigger genetic deviations in base morphs. I've literally 800 some odd hours into this game. I've never really worked at doing the genetic stuff. And every time I've asked Ica about it, Ica has like 4 billion hours in this. He's basically been like, not worth it. Are you also on Twitch? I am, Ryu. There's 3 different streams. You can have vertical YouTube, so like your phone. You can have widescreen YouTube, and you can have widescreen Twitch. Whatever you prefer. Hi, Mimi. How you doing? You're cuddling? Aw, Mimi's cuddling. Now I'm curious, though. Let's save. Oh, I probably shouldn't be doing this. Let's see. This one is 34 megs. This one is 369. I'm guessing this is probably slightly more built out. I haven't seen this for a while. It's been a while. Hi, Rowan. You're on YouTube. That's fine. I like my YouTube peeps. Apparently, it takes a little bit longer to build this bigger one. Important changes, great. All right. Well, it looks like I'm in the middle of a steam explosion. So that doesn't seem to be going well. Because this is steam, and steam ain't good. Petroleum. Hey, look, it's my thermo attempted things. So, but they're breaking. So I think I saved this after intentionally breaking it. I think is what this came from. I think we were intentionally breaking this save, if I recall correctly. But, so you take a bunch of thermos, you put it underneath. The diamond, is diamond a really good heat conductor? Is that what's going on here? Thermal conductivity 80. What would a steel plate be? Is this steel? That's tungsten. This is steel. Thermal 54. Okay, so diamond's better than steel. but yeah, like I said, I think we were breaking this one when we last showed it, which was years and years and years ago. But you set up a hot and a cold area, like living and then not living. Oh, this one has a squishy. I need more carbon dioxide. I don't feel like I have enough carbon dioxide. This was Morb. Or not Morb, the Slickster. Oh my god, it's all so vague in how I used to do all this. What the fuck is this? What am I doing here? This looks like I was converting... It's a bunch of lava. Ah. So this was me converting lava to petroleum. I bet this is a element sensor to look for oil. So if there wasn't oil here, then I drop more in. Until the petroleum overflowed. How the fuck was I getting the petroleum out of here? I can see what I'm doing here. So again, the game is physics adjacent. And so you have heat in one tile. If you have a connection to another tile, that heat's going to transfer. And you actually need to pay, as weird as it is, and it's a very strange game, but you actually need to pay attention to thermal conductivity because that is how fast heat will transfer from tile A to tile B. But what I would do is you have a airlock, and when the airlock is closed, it conducts heat. But when it's open, again, it's physics adjacent, it actually doesn't. And so you set up a door that would close to bring heat in, heat these elements, and then as soon as it got too hot or whatever, then it would open again. And so it was auto-regulating. I could take oil and convert it to petroleum automatically based off of the heat right there. So just a casual, cozy game. He said, well, okay, listen. It's a cozy game in that we're just fucking around, you know? I'm diamond windows transfer heat quickly. Yeah, I had forgotten that, but you're right. So I was physics adjacent is such a weird way to describe something. I mean, isn't that like it's like it uses physics, but not like real physics? You know, like it's kind of physics-ish. So anyway. I was using stuff. This level's fucked though. I think by design this level was fucked. I think we were trying to fuck this level. fuck. But this was 2021. So this was. Oh, it looks like I think I broke it in 2023. So 2 years ago I broke it, but I actually played this 4 years ago. Physics-ish. Exactly. Gas deletion in rockets? I don't know that I ever deleted gases in rockets. I feel like if you needed to delete gas, didn't you just vent it up into the vacuum? Half of learning a new game is learning what physics they adhere to. This one's worse than that. But yes. Why did you break? It's 220 degrees in there. So that would probably be why you broke. Your overheat temperature is 275, so it's not that hot. It's supposed to be cooling it in there. Wait, the radiant coolant is fucking 239 degrees. 28 degrees. 239 degrees. So I'm still not entirely sure how I got the petroleum out of there. Oops, someone's scalding. You hate to hear it. Yeah, this is just sour gassing it up. I don't know what I'm doing, but it ain't doing well. Because I'm just evaporating in here. I guess this one's still broken too. But anyway. That's a little bit further ahead than I remember how to do, and I don't know how Frosty Planet, Bionic. I haven't done anything with with any of these. I've done spaced out stuff. I haven't done any with Frosty, Bionic, and Prehistoric, although I think I have them. So, at any rate. If you put a vent in the bottom tile of a rocket, it would delete the dupe's CO2 in small packets. Now it just emits more gas into the small pocket, overpressurizing the rocket base. Gotcha. I remember fucking having to come up with funky ass builds. Like, again, it's all so vague. It's 4+ years ago. But I remember having to come up with funky ass builds inside the rocket to like keep their morale up. You know, because you'd sit your rocket pilot would be all, you know, your big badass trained up person. But in this game, the more you train someone, the more bitchy they are, and so you have to do all sorts of tricksies to try and keep them from being overly bitchy. What was with this spot that just I was like, nah, you don't get to breathe. No breathing for you. I have one guy who's nyctophobic or whatever, where he's like afraid of the dark. So I like had to put him in the corner, like, yeah, you go over here, and then put a light for him. So that little bastard need an extra. He's so extra. All right, so I can mop that again. We pulled all the. I had a whole layer of polluted water on top of here, which was annoying because it was off gassing. But neat little trick is like, I don't want to do it here, but on this, like in this instance, right? I have water here. And I have polluted water. If I wanted to get the water off of here, I can build a mesh tile, which doesn't interact with the with what it's under. And then, assuming there's not too much, I could actually mop right there and pull those up. And that's what I did up on the polluted water that somehow got on top of here. Is it doesn't matter how carefully you play. It doesn't matter how hard you try or how far you get. Banshee, destructed. No, thank you. You will eventually have a fucking duplicate piss in your water. It's a guarantee. It's annoying, but it's a guarantee. You should try the Frosty Planet pack. I don't know really how, to be honest. I don't know how to do the different packs. I have been over briefly, and I should look into it more. I've been to the swamp place. This is where I'm going to get my oil. But there's really not a whole lot going on there. I pop over here on occasion, do a little bit of work, and then leave. This place is pretty cold too. It gets the Moffic Rock can fall, but also I do get snow meteors as well. But multiple cold areas. Illy, this is just a very cold playthrough. You know, it's a different starter asteroid, and you just start hella cold. Ugh. But yeah, I need to gather up and start getting. There's diamond for me. I need to start getting my oil, and also I'd like to get nosh. This is really annoying. Maybe I'll send a guy to get the nosh because, like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually tried to take care of it, but I've got the damn hermit dude, and he's happy except for food, but he wants spicy tofu and nothing else. And I'm like, I don't have nosh beans to feed you. And so he's happy except for won't come and be a part of it. And I don't even know if he's going to be a good dupe anyway. He's probably going to be some obnoxious dupe, but that's not neither here nor there. Never have to worry about fluids, though. It's just because you're that cool. That doesn't sound right because it sounds complimentary and you don't do that. So now I'm confused. I don't know what the hell this whole new plant husk shit is, but if I could have a thing that automatically composted them, I'd be so happy. I guess this is like trying to encourage me to use sweeps, which I never do, and set up the automated shipping and everything. Because why? Wise men say I should really move my kitchen up over here because originally when we started, like obviously this was starting point, and then these were the first rooms. And this was the original great room, but I've since moved into a much more luxurious area that needs food nearby. Okay, so that was able to pick these up. I was trying to get this brine out of here, and it's so damn deep, I'm having to use my little tricky dickies to get rid of it. New wood material? I almost never get wood. Not at my age, anyway. But wood is like, I feel like you're so far in before you find wood that it's never that useful by the time you get to it. And maybe I'm wrong, but it's what I feel in my heart. I have the vaguest of memories of some fucking plant you have to feed to get resin from. Is that not a thing you have to do anymore, or is that different, or is that not different? God, I really wish that I was younger and could remember things. Not being able to remember all this different stuff that I mean, I have 800 hours in this game. It should be locked into my brain as hard as you can fucking get, but it ain't. So, I'm surprised you don't have propulsion tubes everywhere. The power. I'm literally running this entire base off of 6 manual generators. Aren't I 28? Yes, it's a very old 28. So, trying to do power tubes. I've only set up literally 2 circuits. I have 1 circuit for everything, and then 1 circuit for metal refining. So, I've been playing what I feel most would say would be overly conservative because of power requirements and avoiding that. The long 28, exactly. It's like COVID 28. I don't know what that means. But I need to figure out a place I can dump abyssalite. You think I just come over here, because this is already vacuum. I take this down, and then, or maybe don't go through here because I don't want to have to walk through that. But I bring a ladder down, and I just zip down, and 1,800 kilograms isn't too bad for space. So I don't think this is overpressurized magma. And then I just set up a shipping chute, and I just shit the abyssalite down into the void. Ryu, as I've said many times, I'm 28 and have been for quite a few years now. Yeah, I got the lum. I've never seen the lum before. From what I can tell, they stomp. I don't know what they're good for otherwise. Like, they stomp near plants, causing harvestable items to fall to the ground. That doesn't seem that useful. Producing algae, like I could feed it bristleberries for algae, which would be good if you were trying to not use an electrolyzer, if you're a water light, maybe. But, shit the abyssalite? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I assume I always assume, Illy, that everything is always cute to you. I don't like, unless it looks like a spider and an ugly spider at that, then you're going to think that it's cute. And I think that's cute about you, that you do that. Phloxes? The fuck is a phlox? When fed abyssalite, now turn into the shatter phlox variant, which can be sheared for glass. But there's the glass forge. The glass forge always sucked though, because it was so it was so much heat. But I don't know that I've ever seen a phlox. Hey, look, a phlox. Well, that's cute. That's not even just illy cute. Like, that's cute. And then you feed it abyssalite. I mean, I don't know how you feed it abyssalite. Shearable glass. I mean, you know, some sort of consumer for abyssalite would be nice, but I'm fairly confident that I have 8 billion tons of it already. I guess what I could do, though, should we be so inclined, so we could do, like, I don't know why I took that down when I'm going to need it here in a second, but let's not dwell on my stupidity. We could do, like, a little space here. What am I making this out of? Everything, like, I originally built ladders out of sandstone back in the early days of early yore, and then I never managed to, like, change. So I've just, everything's been sandstone. Do I want that coal, though? I'm loath to give up resources, which is dumb because I mean, I'm sure that 500 coal is not going to make the difference. But do you think this next eruption coming? Oh, it went dormant for the next how long? No, 12 cycles isn't bad. Do you think the next eruption will be enough to smelt my iron ore? Hi, Kate. Insulated doors. That's a thing. Does the open mechanized airlock create vacuum still work? Or did they maybe that's why all my shit was breaking in that other save is because my tricks don't work anymore. That's actually probably very true. You've been listening to a screaming peanut man. What the hell does that mean? Hello, it's just me listening to Screaming Peanut Man. Secret Peanut Man. It's better than Secret Penis Man, I suppose. All right, I need more clay, need more ceramic. These should probably be at a different spot, but they're not. Boop. So anyway, that's the quick and dirty, you know, the simple, quick explanation of what's going on. Everyone all caught up? Everyone good? I cannot see the categories very well anymore. Again, my old agedness is too aged for me to be able to easily age. I've been live for an hour. This is a quick explanation. Well, I mean, I'm just here to chat with you guys. I don't care about the game or anything else. I just, just here, just chilling, Yeah, don't you guys feel like it's cozy? Aren't we? Are you not cozy? Fuck me, this is a lot of brine. I've had to do this like 3 levels down. Unreachable. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Besides, it's only 55 minutes I've been live. You like this game? Good. If you didn't, I'd be sad. Right, nothing on the neutronium there. Mine that. Hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind. That I put down in words. How wonderful life is. Yeah, the spore chits are easy, though. Or at least, I think they are. I don't know if there's any value to the spore stuff, but... or to the spores, but I've eliminated a couple of them because I assume turning into zombie is bad. That's my... Like, I guess I don't know, but my presumption is zombie bad. So those, I've been eliminating now. Zine covered out. What am I covering? Because these are like, yeah, they create zombie spores that turn your duplicates into zombies. And I'm like, that doesn't sound good. So I've just been deleting them. Full cover of what? You're listening to stream while you work on a 1,000-piece puzzle? Perfect, Kamiki. High beauty? Is that even a... decor? Holy shit, there's a lot of decor from them. But I'm a masterwork painter, so I think I can go without the plant. But yeah, they are pretty. Your disease makes your dupes very slow. I just, it doesn't seem like it, there's, it doesn't seem like a good value proposition, as they say in the biz. The song you were just singing, Come What May, from Moulin Rouge. What, you're saying you can't breathe in this hydrogen gas? Come on, man. I guess if it's hydrogen gas, it'd probably make you lightheaded. Ah? 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 Because it's light. It's very light. Anyway, also, as we said, it's physics adjacent. All the gases and stuff have their atomic weights, basically. So it's like hydrogen floats on top of, carbon dioxide's heavier than chlorine, which is heavier than natural gas, which is why there's. And then for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure what the mechanic is, if it's intentional, if it's just is, but for some reason I've noticed that the polluted oxygen and oxygen, which technically should be about the same weight, they tend to it bands together, and so you'll get like weird bands of polluted oxygen, but it separates out. I don't know exactly how that works, or why, but. What's wrong, Cynthia? Why are you face palming? Oh, you're right. That is your song. You right. I should know that, and it's a little embarrassing. I missed that, but you're very right. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. You can tell everybody this is your song. We'll give it the country doesn't. Fuck, it's so deep. Well, I think we just pour this everywhere and hope, because I can't try. I've been doing little trixies. I guess what I could do, I could extend it out. And maybe that's enough tiles to be able to mop this. Basically, you can only mop a liquid if there's a certain amount not there, and so when I try and mop this, it's like, oh, there's too much. So if I spread it out enough, then eventually it's like, I can definitely mop that. And so that I can mop that because it's been mopped. So does that spread it out? Aha! And as long as you get one, they'll do it. And then even if there's too much here, when they clean up that one, the rest will spread. So you get there. You got it. The country doesn't fuck it so deep. Did I say that? That doesn't sound like I'd say. Sounds exactly like something I'd say, but let's not dwell on it. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put down in words. Vomiter's not bad. Decreased medicine +9. That's not a bad dupe right there. Destructive no. Copper ore's kind of whatever. All right, we'll take someone on. I'm probably gonna starve it. Every dupe I add, I'm like pretty certain I'm gonna kill everyone. But I also should set up a gym. The problem with the gym though is that then I have to have enough refined metal to get the pipe, the wiring and stuff where it needs to be. And I really don't have a ton of refined metal. I have a little bit, but not a ton of it, you know. I could try moving these guys out of the way, move these down, and then extend it out. How many could I get more? How many more could I get? Stop doing that. Give me the date. That's what I want. 1, 2, 3 more. Alternatively, I could set up one that's high. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll have a sweatshop. You know, like one does. So if I put this here, then I need to get a bridge here. And then I can take down that conductive wire. That's only going to disconnect that, so that's fine for the moment. Put a little, just a little guy. Little guy right there. There's a wicker door now? Why the fuck is there a wicker door? I don't want. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Put that extra high, so Actually, no, I don't want that. I want this. Right there. And then this right here. I was thinking, yeah, sure. Bring that down there. It's just a baby. You're a hermit. Hi, hermit. You're a friend who thinks I don't go out of the apartment enough. So we will be going out to early dinner Wednesday nights. Fun. All right, so we make this, right? And then we say, who was our new recruit? It was Rebecca. It was Ada. Ada already has a skill point? What the fuck did you do to get the skill point already, Ada? I don't understand. And then, dearest of Adas. I don't know if there's a way to default everyone off here, but... Actually, let's do, just in case somehow everyone gets in there. Can't go in, can't go in, can't go in, can't go in, can't go in. Can go in. Okay. So, standard. That would make sense. Hey, look, you could just set a standard right there. It's right there. It's right fucking there. It's the one that's highlighted. Just, all you got to do is read, and then it's right there. Oh, well. So, what this says is this is the direction that people can go through this door. Meaning, everybody can go to the left, but only Ada can go to the right. So, hey, look, you know, if someone can come in. And then we take this guy, who is apparently not hooked up. Oh, hey, because I need to do this. And we say, you're at like 90%, and you're very, very, very important that you run. And the net result is, once connected, this is ultra high priority. So he's like, oh, God, someone's got in there. And, well, everybody's going to be like, oh, God, someone's got to run that. However, no one else can get there except Ada. So what we do is we effectively wonder where... hey. Eventually, when I remember to build all the pieces, we effectively create a little sweatshop for poor Ada. Hi, Chloe. Can they not just crawl over the top? So, dupes cannot drop it more than 2 spaces. So, if there was an item there for them to step on, they could. However, 3 spaces, no can do. Excuse me, let me say that in the way that Chloe did. Can they not just crawl over the top? There, I think that was more accurate. So these are all set to like 40, I think. Not errands. Why am I? Oh, I'm looking at the person. Yeah, these are all set to 40. So and the battery's pretty low, so they'll keep jogging and jogging. But this'll little Ada should, in theory, be way to go. Now that said, probably wherever the fuck Ada is, what's the best way to find someone? Here, I'll do this. What are you doing? You're breathing. Where are you going? What are you doing? You're going to see Ada over here. Now Ada's in the shop. She gonna run. She gonna run and run and run and run and run. You're now here playing Odie with me. Yay! Happy to have you join along. White cheddar popcorn for what? What are we white cheddar popcorning? But yeah, dupes cannot go 3 blocks. They can go 2. So you use that a lot. You'll see me use that a fair bit in all of the different things that I do as I do things. Which, in my head, had more meaning and value to the words than they did once I'd actually stated them. So that's also why, right here, okay, there's a plug slug in here. What are you doing here? I'd like to sweep you. Shouldn't there be some coal in here, too? I swear to God I saw some coal. Or I should have mined through some coal. Maybe they already grabbed it, because it sure ain't there. Oh, it's there. Ha. Get that out, too. Don't care about the credit. Don't care. I mean, fuck it. Why? Also, why did these open up? Did I? Oh, I already had it set up so they could. That would be that would explain why. This actually makes there's a lot of sense being made right now. I don't want to do that, but I do want to sweep right here. Okay, sweep those. One of the things that I've learned is where the fuck did hydrogen get in here? The seal's still there. Do you output hydrogen? You motherfucker. Just a casual 319 degrees Celsius hydrogen in here. I'm wondering. Rebel Investigatio 2071. This motherfucker. All right, well, that's going to be interesting to get rid of because it's so hot. It's going to break anything I put in there. I can try and pump it out, which is what I'm going to have to do. But first, we need to get this son of a bitch out. So we don't add more, because the only thing that could save me is if there's not enough heat capacity in the hydrogen to really conduct that much. But, I was like, wait a minute, this don't look right. Obviously, you need to put a door there. I don't think I've ever had this problem that I remember. So I was saying that one of the things you don't want to do too much, but you inevitably end up doing, is fucking with priorities. Because when you suddenly start, everything becomes a 6, and then everything becomes like it becomes a situation where everything's a priority, so nothing's a priority. But the only good the only good metal I have is steel. And so if steel overheats, then that's going to be a pain in the ass. Because it's expensive to drain, and then I'm going to be dumping like really fucking hot out of here, but better to re-get the vacuum than not, and at least I still had this closed. Great, you guys saw Fred. Excuse me. Excuse me. The relocate. The relocate. Unreachable. What are you talking about, unreachable? Oh, is it because there's not a, There we go. Ari's on the way. Come on, Ari. Go, go, go. Where the fuck are you, Ari? That was not what I wanted to do. Ari! Ari's on my shit list. Current errand, finally! Wrangle lets you set priority. If you select the relocate here, you can actually set priority as well. So you can't set it on them, but if you set the relocate here, then you can set the priority for them to move as much as Wrangle does. Hi, Kyriadax. How you doing? At this point, I'm not entirely certain what the difference between relocate and Wrangle is, to be honest. You've always been bad at the management in this game. I mean, it is Chloe's not wrong. It's a management game, so it makes sense. No, you son of a bitch. Don't you do it. Severe wounds. Yeah, I hope you think about what you've done. No, get out of there. Go on. Go on, get. Turn around, asshole. I mean, he seems to be dying anyway, but I don't necessarily want the guy to die. I just want him to not be there, you know? Oh, nope. He turned into meat. Well, my problem's been solved. We have converted the plug slug problem into barbecue. All right, so hopefully the fact that there's not a ton of gas in here is enough that it doesn't overly heat up. Because not only is there thermal conductivity, but there's also heat capacity. Physics-ish adjacent-ish. Captain of Industry? Captain of Industry, you say? Jorway's tempting me. Don't tempt me, Jorway. I'm a man on the edge. Because Ada... Okay, so the reason we send Ada to the gym, though, is because they're... I don't know where... These are... Yeah, Ada's athletics are WUD, and so Ada's going to move a lot slower than everybody else. You can see everybody's kind of zipping around. That's because it's like Marie's athletics is like 20. So we send Ada to the gym to the sweatshop so that, you know, eventually, sooner or later, she trades up and can actually be more useful. Okay, there's only like 100 grams of hydrogen in here. So the good news is even though they tried to ruin everything, I think we're okay. We are dumping a pretty hot air out into there, but that's okay. My metal! You are scrolling through your saves. What are these names? Got well, and oh god, why? I mean, you saw... Oh, if you were here, you saw that I had one that was like just like fuck, and then one was like fuck. So yeah, I feel that. See, Illy, the slime lung kind of handles itself. Slime lung can only slime lung dies in regular oxygen, so it's basically you need a polluted oxygen layer for it to be able to survive, and then it has to be at the right temperature and stuff. So as long as you have the tablets for it, then it's okay. But I don't think I'll... On the one hand, it's like, I'm not sure I'll ever fully get the food poisoning out of here. On the other hand, like I said, it started out at 2,000 and now we're down to 700. So it's like, it's moving-ish in the right direction-ish. I tried at one point to clean this up because this is the piss water, right? And I had this down from 5 million down to 1.6 million when my chlorine thing broke. It was a whole thing, and I gave up. I was like, I just gave it up as a bad job. I was like, nah, I'm not going to try again. So again, I'm not entirely sure I could even get there anyway. The food poisoning in the piss water is generated by, like, literally comes that way. But I did have it originally, before I had to recycle it to regular, I had it to where any incoming polluted water was sterilized before I put it in. But germs, food poisoning can breed in polluted water. And so unless I did, like, the tepid thing, then... I don't think there's any way I could ever get ahead of the spread of it in here, even though I wasn't putting further infected stuff in. I think it was still pretty much FUBAR. Terraria mixed with the management game? It's not entirely inaccurate. I think that's a reasonable take. Okay, they've mostly mined out here. Some point I need to go to space, but I gotta set up my rad stuff first. Choose a blueprint. Joya sees. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have those, but I don't think it helps either. So next cycle, as long as our suits are okay, 67, 61, 46, great. Also, I use mechanical filtering. I don't know if you guys. I'd assume most of those. Isn't the heat transfer? Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely transferring via the rocks and stuff. So, like, but it's pretty isolated. As long as this is vacuum, then because this is encased in abyssal light, it can't go very far. Obviously, it's getting there. So there is heat transfer. I didn't expect nor try to completely prevent that. But the area that I'm working in, I definitely don't want to have hyper hot gases floating around and stuff. So, but I mean, we're down to 4 grams there, 2.5 grams, half of a gram. So it's just about to the point where it's fully vacuumized. Am I uploading these to the YouTube? One, yes and no. I don't set these up as a uploaded series, but I am streaming on YouTube, and so they save forever in the live section of YouTube. So yes, they are available there. But I also, none of this playthrough has been, except for today, has been live. So anyway, what was I was banging someone. Oh, I was waiting for this. And then once this, sometimes it's kind of cool to see the vacuum spread across, but it's still a little bit 3,000, half of grab. So basically this pumps out. You can see the vacuum, it's being pulled apart, and pulling a vacuum, as you guys know, is difficult. You might not know that, but pulling a vacuum on a space, the closer it gets to being a vacuum, the harder it is. The pump has to work. And so, but it's dragging the, what I'm looking at is, I can't point at it with my mouse cursor because it'll move with the mouse cursor. What I'm looking at is underneath my cursor, it says hydrogen gas. That's what I'm currently looking at. Unbreathable, don't care about, but then the 2,467 micrograms, or mg, is how much is there. Now, micrograms is 1,000th of a gram, so that's 2.4 grams. In a typical space, you're going to have 1,645 grams, or about 1,500 grams, so 1,500 to 2,000. So think of 15,000 to 20,000, and we're at 2,000. So we've pulled out most of it. It's pretty close. If you want to watch from the beginning, you can see the progression. Nah, I haven't. Most of this is played offline. We're just, I'm just kind of doing a chill cozy. So with you guys, I just wanted to talk mostly. So this was just what I threw on. But I play Captain of Industry, a lot of the Hollow Knight, and then this I've done offline. Because as weird as it is, while a lot of my friends are like, what's overheated? Hang on. Hold on. Oh. This door is overheated. I mean, I don't think we have any more plug slugs down here, so I probably just deconstruct it and hope that this doesn't happen again. What's the overheat on this door? Probably 75? Yeah, 75, and it is currently 76.4. Okay. Anyway, I have a lot of friends who, you know, they do the content creation stuff, but then they're not really gamers otherwise. I'm very much gamer, even when the streaming and gaming is much more about the streaming section, and so it's like gaming's kind of the background, but mostly it's, you know, streaming. That makes sense, which one would hope it would. But the when I finish stream, I actually tend to relax by throwing on something like this and just doing this. Is my airlock on, though? Son of a bitch, it is. This is just... It's one of those... We're having a day. All right, if I deconstruct that... Where would it have gone? Fortunately, only one block. It's not too big of a deal. You know, I mean, it's not great, but it's not too big of a deal. But where the hell would that have gone? The door was only 75 degrees. The door wasn't hot, and we don't have any... Well, that's sour gas, which that is where it is. It's right there. Crude oil melts at like 500 degrees, not at 75. We looked at the door. It was 76 degrees. Crude oil turns to petroleum at 400 and sour gas at 538. There's literally nothing. Oh, I know what happened. I mean, 538 is a pretty high. So, oops. That's what happened. We oopsed. So the oil was here blocking, and good looking out as well, Illy, on you. But they swept up the granite that was right here, and one of those was probably hot enough that when they walked past it doing the sweep, that they vaporized it as they walked past. Something tells me it might be in here. Igneous rock, 574.3 degrees. There's your problem right there. So when I told them to clean up the stuff in here, I was like, just grab it all. That was where everything went bad and wrong. So what I can do, I actually put that in the wrong spot, which kind of sucks. But it's fine. David saw it and said it first. Your oil in your airlock corners got too. Okay, well, I give credit where credit is duty. What? Bro! Okay, and then I need you there now. But, like, at maximum, go do. The good news is the hydrogen gas is actually keeping... In fact, what I'm going to do... Where is my... There we are. I'm actually going to cut that because right now, the hydrogen gas is keeping this from getting worse. Hi, Proto Girl. How you doing? You can do a lot of shenanigans with the cutting tool. Dude, Mimi, I love a good vibe. Did not know there was so much to this game. This game is crazy, like, low-level complex. You don't have to play it at the lower level, but, like, when you, like... It's one of those that... The more I learn about the mechanics, the more I'm like, what the fuck? Now, we also have to be concerned because there's a lot of oxygen in here. So I don't want to come over to this from there. I have to get into this room from somewhere else. So, all right, we're back to... The carbon dioxide now is being spread up because we've got rid of most of the hydrogen. There's still a little bit, but that's why that's looking a little weird. But we've plugged our hole, as it were. And now we deconstruct these guys and this guy. I don't know if this guy's necessary, but just in cases. You can usually follow along on some games, but Odie is not one of those. I've explained everything I'm doing. What's so confusing? What? Come on, guys. Stay with me. None of this is it's fucking weird. There's a lot. There's a lot. You're still Hidachi? Well, I'm sorry about your Hidachi. I do enjoy a Hitachi, but I'm sorry about your Hidachi. All right, so that's there now, and then we tell them, hey, I want you to dump some oil there again. You want a Hitachi? I mean, good times. But also make sure that you get the add-on, or usually like a separate thing that lets you vary the speed because Hitachi A and B is what is like vibrate off your everything, and the others are vibrate off your everything, but even more. And so it's very vibratey. Yeah, I was talking about those earlier, Braid. Although I wasn't sure if they still work. And I think I've only done it with... I only remember doing it with gas. All right, so now we have our plug back. And then we can remove this. And then all we got to do is just pull all this out. And then we should be good. Yes, exactly, Mimi. Mata was a very big special interest for many years. You know way too much. I mean, same. You've got Mariah Carey on earworm status? I mean, isn't that just the traditional Christmas experience is Mariah Carey? I don't want a lot for Christmas. And everyone's like, oh, God, again. And let's see. We're down to 600. It's getting there slowly. How's Ada doing? Ada, how's your athletics? Have you pumped up that iron? I don't even know where you're sleeping these days. There's Camille. Camille's a good egg. Camille's probably my best egg. Here's Ada. Ada is... Nope, still one. Takes fucking forever to trade athletics. Michael Bubbly. Hammond Bubbly. You've been playing an idle management game called Idleon since you can't really game outside of your phone. There's occasionally a good mobile game. I feel like most mobile games are just painful cash-ins, and I don't enjoy them a whole lot. But there are definitely the occasional good ones, and I've had some pretty fun mobile games. But I do wish they were not nearly so rare. It just feels like there should be we shouldn't be as stuck as we are, you know, with what we have in mobile games. Sparkling grape juice, I had that the other day, and it's tasty. Zoop. Everdie, thank you for the 27 months. All right, so you're over there. You're doing that. You cut that. That's fine. We need to get, like, down to where we could, not there, start getting our oils and shit. I don't think there's any way, if I recall. Oh, and I also wanted the nosh. If I recall, I don't think there's a way to send creatures through a teleporter. I guess you could steal the egg. That'd be your way, wouldn't it? But all she really has, I've got a guy I could defrost here, but I don't really know if I want to. I never know what I want. I'm very uncertain about everything. Everything to do, and she's like, I guess I'll mop. Fair enough. You mop. Isn't there a creature teleporter? If there is, I don't remember having found one. But that isn't to say that there aren't. All right, so we have a lot of polluted oxygen that will pop up once this carbon dioxide's gone. The carbon dioxide's mostly gone. We're down to 100 micrograms there. So carbon dioxide is just about finished. And then this will suddenly become polluted dioxide or polluted oxygen when it all spreads around. The bottle emptier is not needed. Can you just empty these in a spot? Oh, you can. I don't know that I've ever just done that, but you right. Introspection is hard. Your therapist refuses to do it. She's very annoying like that. I have never had a therapist give me an answer. They've only had me reframe a question. And frankly, I think that's bullshit. Where are you at? Oh, there you are. Cycle's just about done. I don't know if I want to dump the ethanol in here, though. Do I need to try and drag the ethanol over into some weird area? That's not what I want. I don't know how excited I am about having the ethanol in there. Here, let's not do that one. Let's do that one. It's just about time to send you home. Yeah, let's get you back. Don't want you to have to stay the night. I earned an achievement. Ooh, entered the oil biome. Woohoo! Build at least one of each of the rooms. Totally tubular, have duplicates travel. Super sustainable. Generate 240,000 kilojoules of power without using coal, natural gas, or wood. Never built any of these, and I'm at 124,000. So I'm halfway there. Whoa, I'm halfway there. How dare she try and help you get there yourself? Listen, I'd prefer to just have them help me get there, you know? Honestly, this carbon dioxide's kind of impressively holding out. You've run into a problem? Did you apologize? Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run into you. Are there any VODs for Satisfactory? I saw the playlist for Isolation, but not for Satisfactory. There might be some in the... I don't know if you're multi-streaming to YouTube or not. How do you charge the batteries for your bionic people? No clue. I have not done any bionic. Zero, nada, zolce. Yes, there's bionic people. I actually can do a biobot builder. It's the new... It's one of the expansions is you can do bionic people. And when I get printables, then some of them will be bionics. And naturally, because I wanted to show you, none of them are. But sometimes you can get bionics. I have avoided it because it's change and I fear change. But it is definitely a thing that can be done. They're hella cool to start with. What are the benefits? Like, what do they bring you? I do hate how long it takes with the teleporter to recharge. I get that it's like, you know, to make it so that you want to stay there, which, you know, is the idea. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to complain about it because now I have to put in the extra effort. Ada, you're doing great, love. Still with that one, but, you know, you'll get there eventually. Unfortunately, I don't believe that increased athletics actually generates more pow-pow. I think that they're capped and you just make it static, but it does obviously exercise them and get them to where they can be better at being good. You missed the answer. Can you refine ethanol into something useful? I have no idea. I don't use ethanol much. I can turn it into a gas or a solid. So ethanol gas just condenses down to ethanol. So from what I can see, ethanol is only useful in terms of food for the plume squash and food for the nosh sprout. That's not a lot of uses. I assume you can burn it. I don't know if it doesn't show this here or what, but I assume you could probably use it in as a fuel. I don't know if the petroleum burner or something can, I mean, you know, can get it, but Okay, we get it, carbon dioxide. You're resilient. There's only like 5 micrograms left. Come on. We've got a lot of polluted oxygen waiting to come up. Am I pulling the plug to polluted oxygen out? No, not much. Oh, we must have been pulling some of the polluted oxygen because it's down to micrograms as well. It's fuel for rockets? I don't know. Oh, is ethanol a decent coolant? That could also be. I didn't look at its... I don't know why I needed to come here in order to look at it, but I did. So here we are. Let's see. Thermal conductivity is 0.171 with a 2.4 heat capacity. Oh, that's great. 2.4, 171. I mean, comparing against super cool, it's a little bit unfair. 2.4, 171, 8.4, and 1.2. So that's 10 times more and a lot more heat capacity. But if we just look at water... God, everything uses water. 4.1 and 0.6. No, not really. It holds less heat and it conducts it worse, so I wouldn't call it a coolant. I mean, basic water was significantly better there. Although I guess if you're dealing with the other thing to that is... No. It doesn't freeze. It's a lot harder to freeze, but it'll evaporate easier. So I guess if you're dealing with colder stuff like Sub-Zero, then there's that. All depends on the application. It's complicated. It's not complicated. It's just simple. But it's not simple. It's difficult. Suddenly we're back to 1,000 micrograms of carbon dioxide. But this looks like it's vacuum down here. So... You're not a big fan of touch? Is that why you hated giving me a hug and you told everyone I was a terrible hugger? Because that makes sense. I respect that. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I get it, you know? What sucks is this is going to drop down onto that. And then I'm like, ah, balls. Also, I missed a piece of abyssalite, but that's okay. Have I looked at the game Mimesis yet? It's like Lethal Company with a ton more chaos because mimics that use your voice to trick teammates. I have not. For the most part, I just kind of roll with what Max and the others put together on that sort of stuff. Not to say that's the best policy per se, but it's been my policy. I understand that hope, Kamiki. I just worry that they're not quite young enough to understand why, you know? I mean, I don't disagree with that, that should be a valid option. I just don't know that they would perceive it as such. Is there anything I'm fucking working on? Not really. No. My electrolyzer's gas pressured. As far as I know, there's nowhere that's, like, getting thin. 16, 16, 16. It's like, you're not making enough, oxygen. But also, you can't make any oxygen because there's too many of the other gases. But that's where bringing a slickster here would be useful. Divergence. The hell's a divergent? Huh? Oh, that guy. What the fuck? The hell's a grub grub? Grub grub's form. Symbiotic. Oh, I think I remember those. Yeah, grub fruit. And it's instinctually 10 of them. Grub fruit is a closely related sweet. Okay, yeah. No, I just didn't know that I got one of those or had one of those or is one of those. They convert sulfur. I don't remember whether sulfur has. Looks like they also eat sugar. So, want to avoid that. But I don't remember if sulfur has many uses. Sulfur with graphite and aluminium. It gives me fullerene, which... I don't remember what fullerene did, but anyway. I don't think the grub grub can drop down, so I don't think we need to worry about it zipping up here. Just want to normalize to her that if someone asks for a kiss and you don't want to, you can say you don't want to. I understand. I don't know what 3PK is. Like, your oldest nephew came in a 3-pack, is how I read that, and I don't think that's correct. So are you guys saying I should resurrect the no hugs, I have a thing shirt? It was pretty cute. Can you make something to collect the bad gases? Yeah, chlorine's useful, so I've been kind of just letting that there. We don't have that much natural gas because I capped the natural gas generator. The carbon dioxide we could scrub away, but carbon dioxide would be useful if I could get a slickster here. So it's like I'm kind of just like everyone can breathe. It's bitching, but it's like if it becomes a problem, then I can add a carbon skimmer and use that to get rid of the carbon dioxide, and then I could try and put like. As they said, there's different ways to try and store various gases and liquids and stuff. But as with everything in this playthrough, I mostly just talk about what I should be doing and don't actually do anything. You want to make oxygen? Well, I mean, breathing is useful. The tanks actually don't hold a lot, but there's the infinite tank. But yeah, that's all the tanks I get. If you get slicksters going, man, slicksters will fucking devour carbon dioxide. Then you're like, wow, I need something to burn. But, but I need to get over into here, into Ricolin, and collect the slickster eggs and send them over. And then ideally, we get the petroleum slickster. Is that the one? Do all the slicksters? Yeah, consume carbon dioxide and they convert it to oil, which is pretty fucking useful. But if you get the right variant, the molten, then they consume carbon dioxide and exude petroleum, which is refined oil. But I don't know what the best way to encourage that change is, if any. There's got to be some way. But these guys are what I need. I need to get that egg sent over to my town. My town. Talking about my town. So, next morning, assuming this is recharged, which it probably hasn't because these take forever. It hasn't. 69, nice. But next time this is recharged, I'll send Camille over and see if we can't do a little bit more digging. You're going to pretend you understand what he's saying and just look at his pretty face and nod. Are you watching someone else? What's going on? Slicksters are cute, too. Everything's cute to Illy. No! Hey, whoa, easy. Hey, what? Hit. What do you carry? Granite, 124 degrees. What does this evaporate at? 500? Okay, that's fine. Over here picking up hyper hot stuff. Like, stop it. Is this a Terraria mod? No, this is a mod that does otherwise known as a completely other different game. All right. Apparently, this will never pull a vacuum ever in here. We've been pulling on this for ages and ages. But where do we go from here? Why is the path unclear? All right, so I want you to want me. I want a dump. Shipping. A choot. All right, I see you picking up that. Oh, hey, God, what are you carrying? Hold on. Let's talk about this. 110 degrees. All right. That was only 90 degrees. And then we need a shipping rail. Because we need to get railed. Really bad. And then this is only 40 degrees around here, but we can do a... I always go to automation because to me it is automation. We go to steel, so it has a little bit of extra oomph. Put that in there, and then that into there. Apart from the menu, the world looks like Terraria. I mean, simlish. Like, I get it, I don't, but not that much, but enough to that I can't specifically argue. You ever play with the auto sweep and stuff? It's odd and complicated to you? I mean, I haven't done much with the sweeps, although I understand it. Or I think I understand it, but... See, this is a bionic person, so they have similar things, but I don't know the different needs and how to make them happy and take care of them and stuff. But it's frightening. It's new and frightening and confusing to me. All right, how's our teleporter? Is our teleporter ready? 85%. Probably by next morning. I can send Yay Old A. Camille over. Chameleon. You always get confused with the real world. I mean, all games have a bunch of mechanics that are kind of wacky. Just is. So basically, I don't know how the ground sweep works, but I assume it's somewhat similar. You have your... Where even are they? I can't think of a situation where that'd be useful, but I'm sure there is. The Robo Miner is one that I definitely haven't ever figured out how to really be useful. But so you have an auto sweeper, and basically the auto sweeper, when powered, if it has a storage and something matches the storage, then it will automatically put that in there. So this is its range. So I have some bleachstone there. If I had a storage that was configured for bleachstone, it won't let me. But if I had a storage, then it would be like, okay, and put it into there. If I have a storage there that's configured for bleachstone and it's a higher priority, then it will pick that up and put it in the higher priority. And if there's bleachstone in here, it will actually move it from the low priority to the high priority. So you can kind of use that to some extent. And then the other thing is if you have a automation thing or a shipping thing, conveyor loader, and it's the right, then it will pick it up and put it to there, and then that you can have that automatically ship out and move to different areas. Now, obviously, when you just clear a basic area, that's not always that useful. However, like your Great Hall, your duplicants tend to eat food and then dump it on the ground. when they're done eating food. So you can have like a refrigerator in here, and you can have the sweeps automatically pick up the food and put it into the refrigerator when the dupes are done instead of them having to pick up after themselves. That can be kind of useful. So there's for the most part, that's the only real value. In theory, you could use one to like set up a sweep to clear the floor of stuff, but I haven't done that a whole lot. Where I'm using it here is to get the duplicants to automatically. I'm going to put Abyssal Light in here as a high priority, and then this is dropping down into a spot where I cannot actually where I can't access, and so they're not going to try and sweep up Abyssal Light after that. So basically, it's putting Abyssal Light over in a corner where I don't have to worry about it being grabbed, and but I don't also have to like build a container for it because I have gobs and gobs and gobs of Abyssal Light, and so I have a billion storage containers for it, or I can dump it into one spot, and then it's nice and contained. I always find complicated things: the complicated bees, AE auto crafting and channels, netherite automation, and create arcane engineering, etc. What? Am I? Do you hate Abyssal Light that much? I hate how much room Abyssal Light takes that much. Yes. 12.3 tons. 13.7. That's 25 tons. 41 tons. 60 tons. 75 tons. 85 tons. 90 tons. 106 tons. Like, yes, it's too much. I'm very musical today. I'm sorry. What is the brain room for? So, this room is like you put your dupes in certain pajamas, or you make certain pajamas for them, and then there's some form of benefit to that. It's never quite made sense to me in terms of value, but that's the idea. Is it's like you generate dream journals, and then if you do this and that and the other thing, then you can end up generating a buff. But I don't know that the buff is that buffy, so I don't know that it's has that great of value to it. Maybe it does, and I'm just bad, but all right. So are you charged 95%? God damn it, you take forever. I only have 7,000 kcal. So don't have a ton of food. I do have a little that is popping soon. Also, how's my, let's see, 4 tablets and 5 med packs. Okay, that's fine. Do I still remember the netherite automation part of Create AE using the integrated dynamics mod and coding actual sensors and stuff? I don't think it was netherite. It was... I can visualize it. I remember there was a process that we did where it generated basically you put something through an entire manufacturing thing and you got slightly more of that one thing. And I ended up creating redstone queues, like literally programming queues and doing programming functions in redstone in order to generate it. So, I mean, I remember some pretty complex stuff, but I don't think it was netherite generation. Maybe it was. Why does the top left say 0% brain? That's how much brain I have. Was it creating ancient debris? It doesn't strike me as ancient debris, but maybe. %, stress does sound nice. But don't worry, just in case they get extra stressed, I've got a massage room they can go to. I haven't been really doing many skills on them, so I haven't been getting them to where they're extra stressed. I kind of stopped around 20. to keep them from getting all angy. Marie is probably my max, and that's because I needed mechatronics in order to build these automation things. She's my improved carrier. So now this is there, and I can do that. Now, here's an important tip. All right? You can put abyssalite in here, and you say high value, and you wait for people, and then you look under errands, and no one's using it, and you're like, what the fuck? You look, abyssalite's enabled, it's high value. You can even be like, hey, yo, woo, 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 and no one's using it, and it drives you up the fucking wall. And then eventually, I remember that in order for this to work, you have to tell them they can manually use this, and then suddenly people can put stuff in it. The number of times that oh my god, it finally vacuumed. Except for down here, which is kind of funky, but it probably spread down there slowly. The number of times I forget that you have to manually enable that is greater than 0. And drives you to the wall. So now I take abyssalite, I put it in here, it automatically moves it over, it goes blip, 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 and then it's out of my way, and I stop keeping it in here. And because that is priority higher than these guys, if they're bored, which my guys are kind of bored because I don't really give them a whole lot to do, because I'm always like, what should I do? What should I do? Then I can't ever decide, and then I don't end up doing anything. They will move stuff from the idle portions over. Blip, blip, blip. You enjoy watching me set up automation in Minecraft. It's always so much neater and efficient than most I see, and definitely with less entity generators. I mean, I set up 2 different versions of my machines, if not multiple there. Also, think of the 19 months. The first step is to make it work. The second step is to make it good. Now, I actually end up causing problems for myself because I try and do them both at the same time. And then I end up with analysis paralysis where I'm like, oh, wait, I need this to do this, but this will be bad and stuff. And eventually, in order to get past that, which is kind of where I'm at right now, where I'm like, I want to do this, want to do that, but I don't know if I should do that because it's going to cause these problems and stuff. And you end up not doing anything. You have to hit a point where you're just like, fuck it, I'm going to do something, you know? And then at that point, you can start moving forward with your life and you make it bad and then you fix it. And the only reason I make, perhaps, as you say, more neater and efficient is because I've made so many bad things already, and then I work on, I pay attention to how they're bad, and I try and learn how to do it better in the future. That's the important part that I feel like some people get lost on, is improving once you've done it. All right, I'm just trying to get the ethanol to go somewhere other than where it's going to be down this ladder. So this is really just a pocket. I don't want that because I want to be able to mine here. This is just a pocket for the ethanol to sit in. All right, the ethanol is now sitting there. That's fine. We could leave all that there. And then now I want you to do that there. The ultimate goal, of course, being... How am I going to get power, though? I guess what I'll do is I'll put a battery here. Okay, I do have a battery there. And then we'll just use basic bitch power because I don't have any refined, I don't think. It doesn't matter. I have lead. That's right. Lead is really nice in that it just comes refined. You don't have to refine it. But then also that's problematic in that it melts at like 3 degrees Celsius. So goods and bads there. Then let's take this and deconstruct it as well. And then what I want is this to be a slickster egg and manually used. This is a teleporting machine. can take items and transfer between the two places, which is very handy. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Isn't that like the basics of programming? It's easy to make stuff do what you want. Probably sorry for doing what you want. Yeah, that's 5% of creating a good program is making it do what you're looking for, and 95% of creating a good program is keeping it from doing what you don't want it to do. Hundo%. Okay, so we're now down to there, but I need to get down to here. I have 900 kilograms of Mafic and 900 kilograms of Igneous. Looks like mostly I have... You've been having that analysis paralysis lately with the thesis. There's always something. Yep. I mean, world's not easy, you know? Now I need to go over to here. We still have about a quarter of the day left. But I need to find... Where's my shipping and receiving? That's the... Is this receiving? Yes. So this is where it comes out. And this is... So I need to activate this. Okay. But Camille is my activator. Which is fine. We have just a little bit of time left of the day. And now that's ready to go. We'll let her build that up as much as possible. And then, let's see, what's our schedule? Almost time to send her back. Okay. Now send her over there. That should be highest priority. And she can zip it back. Also, it's entirely possible, and I'm not saying I've done it, but I'm not going to say I haven't done it, to forget that you've sent them in, and they will come in here and not be able to leave until you click the button. And so, and bad things can happen to them while they're sitting in there waiting and getting angry about you and everything that you've done and who you are as a person. So hopefully that battery will last through the night, which I think it should. There's nothing actively using it. Yeah. I mean, the batteries do slowly drain, but that should be fine. And then because Camille was my field research, she'll be able to go and activate this now, I believe. There's no way I mean... Yeah, okay. I was like, that don't seem right. That don't seem right at all. So many slickers down there? Yeah, slicksters, not slickers. Slicksters. How's our... 400. It's very slow. But by God, we're killing that infection. All right, here's my slickster egg. We got that. Now we want to send this down. The question is, can I incubate the egg with it still without it coming out as tame? Because tame's a problem, but wild good. Then again, does it matter? Slinkers. I don't know whether it matters or not. All right, fuck it. We're gonna incubate. Because eggs take forever if you don't incubate them. Forever. Everyone ready for the holidays? I don't think so, but we're gonna do the best that we can, you know. All right, so if I connect this, then that should cycle water and cool here. Back down. Tame seems safer. Actually, wild animals. So the wild animals produce a lot less. They like everything that they do is kind of less. Um, but they don't get mad and don't have needs like the wild. As long as they're like can vaguely survive, then in general wild animals are happy. Where if they're tame, then you need to meet all of their specific bits and bobs and things that they want to do. So I feel like I have one too many Drekos. I did not mean to have this many Drekos. That one's 8. That one grew and it wasn't supposed to. This was 23, so that's a youngster. This was young too. 64, 100, 150. But as long as they're all feeling cramped, they're not going to create more eggs. I definitely don't want one regular Dreko. Oh, there's 3 of them that are in there, though. So that's part of the problem. So we're going to turn those Dreko eggs into pancakes. And now, because I'm taking the eggs out, they're no longer cramped. They'll make more. I have a chance of getting more eggs and hopefully the right kind of egg. So, did I deliver? No. Incubating, 53%. No egg selected. I selected you. Look, it's right there. Clicky, clicky, incubate. Fine. Make me click the extra button, you bitch. Ada, have you gained anything in your athletics department? Hey, you're at 2 now. It's progress. The hell is this coming from? Oh, hey, we're melting brine over here. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? All right, what are you trying to do? Storing abyssalite. Are you just dropping it there? It looks like you're picking it up. There's things that are wrong with you in your head. The whole point was to not have you do stuff like this. Here, you go anywhere else. Over here. Okay, and then we're going to take an insulated tile and put it here so that this sort of situation doesn't happen. Where are you going, Ari? What are you doing? Oh, you're constructing. Okay. All right, now you can't get over there to be dumb with whatever the hell it was that you were just trying to do. Okay, so now I've selected to incubate, and they decided not to go there. See, this is where it becomes a problem, because it's like, in order to get anything done, I have to increase the priority, and then eventually it becomes, as I said, when everything's a priority, nothing is. This is getting full, but it's pretty easily expandable. Is this activated? It is. You and your fucking spicy tofu. This game seems like a lot of information to process. No wonder Zeta's good at solving stuff. I mean, I don't know about that. You just figure it out as you go and just kind of take what's there in front of you and try and work with it. Trying to hyperfixate, man. Sometimes I wish I could more easily hyperfixate. What is all this down here? This is ridiculous. What are you all doing down here? Get out of here. Get down from there. Look, you just killed all that. We just salted the earth. Oh, hey. Next step, enable the building. Shh. Let's not dwell on the details. Ta-da! I'm good with this stuff. It's just trying to figure shit out as I go, you know, just trying to figure stuff out. Unavailable for ice storage. Yeah, that tracks. I'm a little concerned because these guys are getting a little cold in here. They want it to be... What's their body temperature? Livable between -30 and 100. That's fine. Comfortable is 10 and 60. So why is that one cold? Ah, this one was comfortable between 20 and 50, and it's 18. Which is correct. True. This -1 degree igneous rock probably has something to do with it. I just don't know. -5 degrees salt, but not that much of it. So what you're saying is this cold shit's cold. Got it. But what about, hear me out, this igneous rock right here? We take this guy, and we say, you can't hold your igneous anymore. An ultra-hot igneous rock go out there that I say relocate to right here. And I set a high priority on the relocate so that they get it done while I'm watching, while I'm staring, while I'm looking. I'm judging, evaluating. Are you lullabied, by the way? You are. Good. All right. Hot, 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 hot. Ah, shit. This is full, though. Balls. Dick. Balls. Let's see. Igneous, you've got 15.7, so I'm going to dump you of Igneous as well. We're trying to do a swap. And I don't know how it's going to go, but we're going to give it a try. So that should be really cold Igneous. So we have ultra hot and ultra cold. And then we relocate that up to, well, here. And we say that's high priority. You're doing great, sweetie. He's dragging that down. That should be all of it. Okay. And then this one goes up there. Okay, never mind. The hell did you just put into where? You can see the warmth coming off of this. It's like, have you ever been to one of those restaurants where they give you the rock that's heated and you put your meat on it and you cook the meat right there, your meaty rock, hot rock? Just me? Could be just me. All right, so there's... Oh, he dropped it. Because it's the end of the night. This is one of those games where I can see, but this game still has very much a day-night cycle that is infuriating. So a few more days of hosting family. I hope it's going well and you're enjoying yourself. I need to start looking into going and seeing my fam. You ever think about doing Huntsman? I mean, it's pretty much replacing Zetos with Spooters. I don't know what Huntsman is. I'm assuming that's a game. I mean, I know Huntsman Spiders, and I'll take a pass. But if you had different schedules, different dupes, you can make it so your dupes don't all sleep at the same time. Yeah, but then I have to go and click on the schedule button and it's so much easier to just whine. Like, I respect that you're figuring out solutions, and I get it, like, but I'm just whining instead, you know? Okay, so that's it moved over. Now, I don't know what you're doing, Abe. Stop it. You're trying to move something, and I see you there. I see you working and thinking, and I'm not here for it. So we're going to put Igneous back on the menu here. And then we're going to sweep this guy, and hopefully that makes it so that they put it in there. Yeah, fun to dilly. Husband spiders just want to cuddle up and steal your warmth. Don't be afraid of them. I kind of hate the words that you just said right there. Where are you taking that? My hot rocks. They go over here. Where are you going with that? I literally just put that hot rock into you. He's literally going back and putting it back over here. Not sure which one you are, you little fucker. But I don't want... I want the hot rock over here. Why? Why? Is this a higher priority? No. What if I say that you're the higher priority? Maybe you're the higher priority. Stop it. Move. If you move somewhere, they drop. Where you going with that, Nails? Where you going? Where you taking my hot rocks? Where you going? Actually, where are you going? Over there? No. You can't even carry... You can't carry shit, Nails. Don't act like you know how to carry shit. You ain't good at carrying shit. Okay, the higher priority made them put it over here. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, we got a little bit in here, I think. Yeah. No. Surely somewhere one of them got something somehow. This is why I can't have nice things. None of the hot rocks are here. But don't worry, I have 40, nearly 3/4 of a ton of 400-degree hot rocks back in this area that I just tried to move them from. It's going well. Oh, well. I gave you guys a little bit of warmth. Look, it's 30 degrees right there. So, you know, doing what I can. Oh, I am cooling the shit out of this again, though. So we should cut that, because... I did. It's a very cold base. The new discovered benefit of the bio dudes is they only sleep once every 3 cycles. That sounds quite fantastic, actually. Are you done yet? 81%. 95% viability. How's my recharge? 65%, so that's like 2 more days. Recharge takes forever. Hey, look at all the abyssalite being delivered. Got 27 tons of abyssalite I don't have to deal with anymore, because I hate abyssalite. Just ask Illy. All right, did I get everything mopped up? Mop, mop, mop. All day long. Mop, mop, mop. While I sing this song. Gonna mop that floor. Gonna make it shine. Gonna take off the spray paint with turpentine. Technically, I could take that down, but Poor unloved abyssalite. Yeah! And your little dog, too. The fact that I tried to mop a ladder, I just literally just click mop and drag, man. Besides, you could totally have a liquid underneath the ladder. That is 100% a thing that could be done. You want someone to draw fan art of Illy cradling abyssalite like a baby? We haven't had fan art of anything for the channel for a long time. I've always been a little sad that we didn't have more of a fan art culture. I mean, it is what it is, and it's fine, but it is something that I was like, aw, fan art's neat. 86%. Good God, you take forever. 25% per cycle. So, like, 3/4 of a cycle more. If you could draw... I mean, yeah, no, if we could, then some of us would, but... If I could turn back the hands of time. Good God, the moppage! How's this doing? Still slightly okay. Down here's fine. You need to be configured to do the thing. I have a collection of hatches here. Hey, look, this grew up. Eventually, it converts into meat. 80%. Do. Before I mop, what I should do is I should figure out this shit. So... my problem is I don't have any way to resolve the spores. I don't remember what they take, but I'm pretty sure I don't have it. I forget what it is that heals spores. All right, I only have 2 more cure tablets, so I should get more of those. I think it's the serum vials. Very effective against zombie spores, but I certainly don't have sun bug eggs. Some buggy once said me. What is it that these eat, anyway? What do I need to feed them? Bristly berries? Thinking. Decreased husband. The decreased germ resistance is pretty. Oh, binge eater sucks. I don't know that I've ever done. Oh, that's because they're biotics. I definitely don't need more brine. I don't need. You're all dead to me. Hey, look, the Slickster's alive. Now I remove him, and then I relocate it down into here with maximum urgency. It is urgent that we move our Slicky down into that area. Please to be going and doing. Thank you. You're doing great, Ari. We put it in a bag, as one does. And then now our Slickster can turn into little Slicksters. It is wild, so I'm not entirely sure how you tame them. And now look, he's already he's breathing and he's pooping oil. Our carbon dioxide shall be oil. You always run into this issue where you get like 3/4 of the way through a drawing, but get bored before you can finish it. Fair. I do that a lot with music. One time in D&D, you had to draw a picture of people holding ice cream, and the ice creams were just 2 balls on a cone, and it was great and can attest. I hate my bad drawings. So what if? Would there be any value to that? In theory, I could do radiation. Sucking at something is absolutely the first step. Because you don't suck at it, you're just not trained. You're unlearned. How do you feed shine bugs? Just the critter feeder? You missed the slickster? I took it down and dropped it here. And now it's pooping crude oil and breathing. But it'll be better once I have more. But also, it'd be better if I could find more. We have an egg over here. Also, I can put lead in here. So next cycle, assuming this is recharged, which might need another few days because it takes forever. Okay, it is ready. We can send Camille over and she can do a little bit more work there. And then, so I'm trying to remember. Rad bolt generator takes rads and patoos them, right? So if I gave it here and put that there, then I could get a couple rads out of that. A little bit. But they're very, very expensive. Power-wise, if I recall. And then I add a critter feeder, I think, is how you feed them, and I can put bristleberries in there. And I was just thinking that I could... I'm having problems with too much water. And so if I grow some bristlies, even if a lot of it rots, I can... you consume some water. I can use the plants to consume some water. And then I would have food for them. Was it the molten one you wanted or a normal oil one? I mean, I'd like a molten one, but that's just a variant that happens from the other ones, I believe. There's no... I don't have an option. I feel like there's a... If you put it in a hot enough range, that increases the chances of it. But, like, it needs to be in a hot area. But there's, yeah, they want to be in 100 to 200 degrees Celsius. So, in fact, it's not even hot enough down here for them to live. It would die. So, it needs to be warm. These ones, this one's still not even comfortable, but it's livable to 0. So, but these guys like heat. They like a toasty. They enjoy a good toast. A critter feeder to feed critters sounds preposterous. Okay, all right. Can you turn a light into anything else? Not much, nope. We talked about that a little bit ago. There's some options, but none that are particularly available for me. I was kind of just leaving this bleach stone out so it could off-gas into chlorine, but it's taken fucking forever. I know I have a volcano, but adding the volcano will take a lot more effort and thought. I definitely did see it. That's why I built over the top of it and didn't, excavate it. But it's just a minor volcano, so it's kind of a wimpy little bitch, but I would need to set up a way to contain the heat properly. Gotta keep in mind, I play, like, overly conservatively, right? So it's like... Should do and do do are two different things. There's a molten one right there. Now, could the molten survive at the lower temperature? Nope. Can't even live. All right. How hot is it down here? 74 degrees, okay. And what are you? Here's a little trick. Liquid sulfur geyser. I'll take useless or 500, Alex. I've discovered a fossilized creature buried in my colony, at least part of one, but it does not resemble any of the species we encountered on this asteroid. Where did it come from? How did it get here? Where did it come from? Where did it go? How did it get there? Cotton Eye Joe. There's only one way to find out. Never seen that before. That one's new for me. Ah, I see. There's like little pieces scattered around, and then it's like a scavenger hunt where I can scavenge for hunting. Carbon dioxide geyser. Carbon dioxide geyser seems like it would be better than it is. It comes out really cold, so it's like, oh, neat, it could help cool, you know, because I mean, like, obviously my base is overly cold, but if you're like illy, right, where you're just burning all of your dupes out, but carbon dioxide has such a low heat capacity that it really just doesn't do a whole lot. That's a volcano. Excuse you, am I wrong? Oh, it actually highlighted the other ones. I started them before I burned them? Oh, all right. Well, that I understand. I get that. But first, we want to send that. Okay, and then over here, we still have half of a day. We want to incubate Slickster egg. Why is there so much yellowish liquid? Is that like toxic stuff or just odd colored water? This, I presume you mean this yellowish liquid. This is polluted water. So basically, you have clean water, polluted water. You have different ways to try and, you know, clean the polluted water. What are you doing there? You're just chilling there. You have different ways to clean the polluted water, but it's water that's has a lot more bacteria in it and just generally isn't good. Hey, look. We're almost there with cleaning out the food poisoning out of our water supply, so that's nice. We got that going for us, which is nice. I assume that's the yellow liquid you were talking about. Can I offload some of my hotter rocks? Yes, possibly. It's just really difficult to get them to take the specific rock to where you want them, but yes, we could. You know what? I'm okay with getting a bunch of lead. There's a lot worse things than just sitting here receiving lead. So we had the volcano, we had the liquid sulfur volcano, which is balls. A carbon dioxide. Is there anything else? Nope. That's it. Hey. Sorry, Camille. I was busy doing other things. Okay, go ahead and have a bite right there. I don't know what the hell you just ate, but it was grizzly. I think you ate some dead slickster. I think you ate uncooked dead slickster. Yeah, I know you gotta pee. You're a little bit late. I understand. That's on me. There's your pee-pee. Crystal, thank you 1,000 bits. How you doing? Asane, thank you 19 months. Wait, we said that an hour ago, Asane. I'm an idiot. But still, thank you. I appreciate. Okay. So I think all the meltables are mostly gone here. If we can pick up the last bits of it, then we can finally start mopping without it being all problematic. Okay, good. Well, we did get another glossy egg. I like to use the glossies as a source of plastic, particularly early in the game, because plastic is like refined from oil, so it can be a little bit tough to get early on. And it's if you can get them going enough, then you don't have to make that much plastic. And plastic is very useful for the specifically early game, the high pressure vents. Slickster has the same texture as calamari. Why are you unreachable? What the fuck? Bro, what the hell are you talking about, unreachable? I have questions. I blocked off the top of what? Oh, hey, I did. How about them apples? You right. I was thinking of the shine bugs and didn't notice. Look, it's reachable now. Look, this was so that I could delete here and put the rad bolt thing there without them escaping from their little confined area. Dealing with the headaches, you might lay down. I'm sorry, you're not feeling great. Steel? Okay, say less. The one thing I would absolutely say about this game is just there are so many things that you have to try and keep an eye on that it is like it's really easy to do that where you have an unintended consequence of I did this and then you're like, oh shit, that broke all this, you know? Like it's complicated. I have solid carbon dioxide. It literally this carbon dioxide has frozen. The good news is once it warms up a little bit, it kind of goes into nothing. All right, so Slickster number 2, incubating. Slickster number 1's down here. We had Hot Pockets, Hot Rock. Well, I can't get any of these ones. These are where the real warm ones are. These guys are pretty warm, though. So I could igneous this. I just don't want them to take any hot rocks across this crude oil and cause me another situation. You know? Ars, congratulations, gifted sub from Crystal. Crystal, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Ars. I appreciate it. Okay, so look through the VODs of Create AE, and it's episode 32 and 33. An amethyst-like time crystal drops into fluid block of source from Ars and is converted into robot-looking entity. This entity gets converted to ancient debris through a ritual of Ars. The ritual requires 5 spells to hit the entity in the specific... Oh, I know that one. Okay, yeah, no. There's a much more complicated one than that one. But I know what one you're talking about. That's the one where we have to look at the MBT data and figure out the correct spells to cast and cast the right spells, right? And Jordan tried to set up a big old long thing that was like brute forced it, and it didn't work. Crystal with the gifted subs to Floaty, -86, Mikado 19, Birdcraft SSB, and Danny Churros. All from Ryuja Peg. Thank you so much. I literally just read it, Salil. What are you talking about? Promise of 5 spells are chosen randomly, 10 different spells, so 8 second code. Yeah, I just read. Give me a little credit. Give me a little credit. I read. I used eyes. My eyes. Me peepers. I peeped on my peepers. Speaking of peeping on peepers, I'm a little hungry. I might go. Give me just a second. Let me go make myself a sandwich. And then we'll pick back up. We'll probably head into Minecraft here someday. Maybe. I don't know. When I can convince myself to. Got your meals this morning. I hope you like them. I wish we could get some more signups, but it is what it is. Look at all them chickens. You guys are so abandoned right now. Like, oh my god. How did I guess? I've known you a long time. Digging out this area is that's what I was doing, Kyria. That's why I'm building like on screen right now. That ladder is to dig out some of this hotter rock and take it over there. Which of the meals? I feel like I've done a meatloaf. That was good. I did a caramelized pork tenderloin with caramelized onions, and that was half good. And then I've done the surf and turf steak and shrimp, and that was really, really, really good. The pork tenderloin one has a little bit of a story to it. Not much of a story, but a little bit of a story. Dig left instead of right. It's just a lot cooler. It's 90 degrees. Over here, it's 120. And I just need to not hit right here. So, that, like, this is all safe. The other game that's similar to this. Maybe RimWorld?
I'm on the outside, slipping suicide notes through a crack in the system. You're on the flip side, you're a parasite stuffed unaware, you're the victim. Give a fuck about finding a way, I'm now the same.
You're fine, Salil. Okay, let's finish my sandwich. So, the pork tenderloin with caramelized onions I was pretty looking forward to. And I open it up, and the pork looks good, but the onions like look like a mess. But the thing with ready-made meals is they can not look great until you heat them up. And then when you heat them up, they're fine. You know, so I didn't think much of it. So I throw it in the oven and warm it up. And I'm eating it. The pork tenderloin's really good. And I try the caramelized onions. And I'm like, this doesn't look right. And then I cut into it. I'm like, this is like sweet potato. And I'm like, and then I try it, and I'm like, ugh, it is sweet potato. And I'm like, did they send me the wrong thing? And so I pick up the package, and I look again, and it's, you know, pork tenderloin with caramelized onions. And I'm like, this is fucking sweet potato. Like, how did they package this wrong? And then eventually, in longer than it should have taken, I realized it says in a much smaller font with sweet potato au gratin side, or with sweet potato au gratin. And I realized that what I was taking as there was pork tenderloin and a side of caramelized onions. This is pork tenderloin and there's caramelized onions kind of mixed in with it. And the sweet potato au gratin was the side. I don't like sweet potato, so I was like, bleh on that. I loved onions, so I was excited. I was like, oh, okay, I'll try some onions. So anyway, the pork, the caramelized onions were good. Sweet potato, not my thing. I do love potato au gratin, but you put sweet potato au gratin and you ruin it. I know other people feel differently. I'm not a sweet potato person. I do not care for them, Sam I am. I do not wish for their eggs at ham. So, anyway, that one was the only one that I would qualify or quantify as disappointing, but that also comes with a heavy caveat of why it was disappointing and that it was more or less my fault. New Honeyworld, I'm a little ways into it, Jimothy. It's not terribly new. You say user error, but like, it was a tremendously smaller font on the bits that said sweet potato au gratin. But I do allow that it was a mistake that I made. That's a lot of gerbs. 8 million gerbs in this one spot. That's a lot of zombie spores. Oh, these need to be lit. I forget. Is that a furniture thing? Fucking don't care. Boop. You have a major problem? I mean, I don't think they were trying to slip in that it was there. I think it was just that I was seeing what I wanted to see and not seeing what the other part that I needed. Your little asteroid is about to get touched by another one. I don't. All asteroid touching should be consensual. All right, let's do this here. I hate that that's going to fall down there, but it is what it is. Actually, let's not do that yet. All right, there's all those. And then we take this down a little bit. Never met a rock with feelings? Well, you just need to get to know them. Okay, so if I set this as higher priority, I don't want my guys to just start dumping stuff out, but we have... This is really cold igneous, so that ain't right. So this is the warm igneous, and it's cooled down to 100 degrees from the 180. This granite's also pretty warm. So let's drop that and the granite, and then we'll add granite to this as well. And then if we can get them to only sweep that portion, then we'll be in okay shape. If they go and start grabbing this stuff, most of this should be okay, but some of it won't be. So yeah, all this might have cooled down to where it's cool enough we don't have to worry about it. This is 330 degrees Celsius. And what was it, 500 that we need to worry about? The crude oil for yeah, 500. So it looks like most all of this has cooled to where it's okay. Okay, they just delivered that. I don't know whether they're pulling from these or not. I think so, because that granite was like 13 before, so... Nope, this is 36-degree granite we've filled up with. Perfect. Thank you for picking up that granite. I appreciate it. Yeah, morons. I mean, I guess I could just do a relocate. All right. Guess we could try and high prioritize the sweeping. Because right now they're just pulling the granite out from random ass places. We need this higher priority because we want the sweep to come to this, but the higher priority also means that they'll just grab random bits and put it in there. They're literally grabbing everything except for what I want them to. I mean, that's at 5.3, so maybe they are grabbing bits of it. Yeah, that one... Lindsay definitely has some of the hotness on there. Granted, it's 56 degrees, but still. What's important is that they're trying. Here, let's punt on this. We're just going to try and move it, see if that'll work better, because this is just getting silliness. So we'll just try to relocate instead. See if that'll work. The Rock. The Rock has feelings. All right, you're about 50%. One tiny little detail is this actually fills in as it goes. Anyway, the granite is cooling down as it heats up the oil, and the oil is 70 degrees around here. So, oil is now 90 degrees over on that side, but 38 there, but a little bit of warmth in the air, 60 degrees, so it's working a little bit. I want to send the coal away. Said coal away. Said coal away. Said coal away from me. This one... Oh, that's unreachable, though. This guy... How are you unreachable? Oh. I can't get up here now. Come fly away, come fly away, come fly away with me. Savambre with the 53 months, the double up tier 2. Thank you so much, Savambre. Hope you're staying warm. It's cold. It got suddenly cold. It wasn't cold, and then it became cold, you know? All right, we now have 74 tons of abyssalite we've migrated down there. Binge eater, no thank you. I tend to avoid binge eaters, destructive completely. Preferably is whatever the crier. I forget what. I don't know what 70% of Lindsay's exposures to these germs. Oh, I guess like if exposed to those germs, there's a 73% chance of contracting it, I think. Ugly Crier, that's what it is. Ugly Crier generates water. Vomiter generates polluted water. Banshee, I forget what it does, but it's, if I recall, kind of obnoxious. And then Destructive, they actually start breaking shit, and that ain't no good. Kia ora! Just screams. So, here's what I want to do here. I'm going to put that there. I have it in my head that the screams are really annoying, but maybe they're not, and I just remember it as being annoying. You were smart and asked Breeder about what food puppy will be on. Then I found out a Black Week sale brought 24 kilograms, so hopefully that will last a while, and you save $36.51. Nice. All right, the Slickster is... It's slightly warmer over here. Okay, so now that this is there, you cannot, you can actually, you can't disassemble and stuff, but you can actually mine angled. And so if I do this and dig right here, that'll uproot the spore shed. But it won't expose everything because we still technically haven't sealed it, right? Because we have, if you look underneath the carbon dioxide, underneath my cursor, the spore shed ties wood, that's idle. Carbon dioxide, there's 8.6 million zombie spores. We probably don't want that getting around, you know? Like, that seems ungood. So I'm going to try and keep that contained. Hi, Saturn. I have no idea what you said, but I'm going to assume that it's complimentary and you think that I'm sexy, and I appreciate that. Okay, almost there. Every now and then we run low on battery, and then all my people get stuck in battery mode, and I'm like, where's my people? And then it turns out they're on battery. Your athletics is 4. I don't know if their athletics goes up faster, but it kind of feels like it. Took forever from going to 1 to 2, but that wasn't that long. Nothing like keeping a biological weapon near your home. Yeah, but I'm the bomb squad, so I'm here to I'm disassembling it. No disassemble, Stephanie. Potato. I was like proton, but I was like potato. Nope. With the 10 gifted subs, thank you so much. Going to Epic Matt 66, Ashley Jennings 98, Cersei Insanity, Tiger 27, Commander Clegnut, Arsonist 967, Eldritch Wolf, Chrono Chrysalis, Spline 79, and Swaga of 85. All from Potato. Potato! Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub, be sure to say thank you to Potato and or whomever else might have gifted you. And I thank you. This is getting problematic. All right, we have... This guy's running. So... If I break that... Not quite what I wanted. That to there. Make sure that's gone. And I bridge over to here. And that should route me to that and help to drain a little bit of that. Cannot pick up. Abe is unable. Where is everybody? Quit not doing what I want you to do and do what I want you to do. There's a certain number of tasks like that just generally, you know, changing out deodorizers and shit. And I feel like you hit a point where those occupy all of your dupes' times, so you either need to add more dupes or not. So we have a contained, and it's 2 different spots that are each 4 million. But if I do that, you can build diagonally this way as well. So I build that there, and now the 8 million's up to there again. I can break this. I don't like that this is sand, because sand will fall. You need to keep that in mind. So we cut right here. Smithy, thank you for the gifted subs to Boston 420 Blaze it. Chaos Shriek, Irony, TTV, Confused Monkey 314. Thank you so much. Wait, not Smithy. Wait, what do I see? Crystal with the gifted subs. Smithy being one of them. There we go. Crystal with the gifted subs to Chaos Shriek, Boston 420 Blaze It, 420 Blaze It, Confused Monkey 314, Smithy, and Irony TTV. There we go. Thank you so much, Shoot Your Pig. I misread. So we're gonna dig out this sand, because the sand will fall if we were to remove the floor underneath it. The slickster's here. We could remove it. And then we want to move the slickster down here with the other at great urgency. They seem to be confused on what at great urgency means. Ah, we're charging the batteries again. No one's available. Hang on, we've got batteries. Hi, A7 Men's Boutique. How are you doing? Why the hell did he build? I probably built something wrong and they're confused by it. That's fine. I'm confused by what I do as well. Illy will vouch that whatever I'm doing, it's wrong. So, like, we get it. All right, so this is now going up, and now we're filtering, and we're creating water. However, oh god, never mind. I have been, oh balls. This isn't the good water, this is the bad water. We have added the bad water. This is all Illy's fault. Guys, I think we might have reinfected our water. X12 Gaming, thank the 87 buds. Hello, how you doing? Did we get Slickster moved? We did. Okay, so Slickster 1 and Slickster 2 are down. Good. And Slickster 1 is grown up as well, so... and they're satisfied. So their body temperature is exactly 50 degrees Celsius. So our Operation Warm 'em Up seems to be going okay-ish. You want to be satisfied? Fair. All right, so we broke this. So we broke the sand underneath here. So now we have a contained area full of that's a biological fucking war zone. But we put this in here, right? We add a new tile in here. And now we have 4.2 million right there, and then the rest. But now I can break this and put a tile there once this gets dug out, and then this gets fucking deleted. Deleted. And now those spores are just gone. So we can do that in other areas as well and work our way up. And the shenanigans commence. Tweety, think to get this up to Ryu? We've cleared out. We have 20 million zombie spores in here, but none that have been exposed to the wild. How did you infect the water again? Well, you see, I was looking at this, and I was like, ah, shit, we're full on water. I should get some out. So I was like, all right, I'll just filter some through, because I had been sending the regular water through the purifier before doing that. But the purifier is currently occupied with the other water, and so I didn't do that. And so I just sent the filtered water, this not so good polluted water. I sent it through the filter, which removes it, which makes it not polluted, but it does not disinfect it. And so at that point, then I poured infected water down, and now we're back in business with 1,000 per kilogram. But, you know, sometimes you do the wrong thing. You go, oopsie daisy. This is a fuster cluck right here, though. Wait, what is the duplicate ready sound? Oh, the printing pod? What did you find in the center of your map? Was there anything interesting? What did you have for lunch today? So how do we uninfect the water? It actually technically is already, because I do run my water. Here's the good news. Our water reservoir is infected, but we don't really use much water from the water reservoir, right? It's French. We use water from the pump. So we pump the water out, and then the pump actually goes and sends it through these reservoirs, which are immersed in chlorine. And chlorine disinfects the water in the reservoir. So before it can leave, it has to go through this germ sensor. And if it's too germy, then it cycles back in and goes for a roundabout. If it's clear, then it actually goes and out to the different things that I use it in. So we don't... Ideally, we get our reservoir to not be infected, but it's not as big a deal as you might initially think for our reservoir to have that problem. Mostly, I'm just annoyed, not because it was like, shit, I was trying to do that. It's the reservoirs. Yes, the reservoir. So, this seems to be working. Don't need these guys. It's pronounced Chlorigna. Chlorigna and reservoir. But mostly my concern is just this is overly full. I don't have access to this room, or at least I don't want to crack open access to this room. Because this is my chlorine-filled room. So what we need to do is we need to get this over to there. So if we do boop and boop, then we could place this here and place this here. Reconnect that to get rid of that guy. Then disconnect here and disconnect here. And technically, I could stop making the bridge. I don't want the bridge. I want the pipe. I can connect the pipe. And now I want the bridge. And this could bridge over like so. And then the only issue is this is 3 out, so it's too far for it to grab. Okay, that's close enough. And then bring this over, and we're going to dump some of this over into here. And then in order for this to be reachable, we need... No, this is one out because of the pipe. So this is okay. There we go. It's the reserve. Arr. See, those are a little gerby, so they're just going in circles. Actually, these aren't gerby, so I don't know why they are going in circles. What happened? Oh, because I broke this, because they don't have anywhere to go. Right. Okay, now they have somewhere to go. I was like, hold up. Like I said, getting used to the disconnect tool and figuring out how to cut with that, you could do a lot of good things. It kind of simplify. It's a pretty powerful tool. All right. So delete that, and build that. 20 million germs in this carbon dioxide. That's a lot of zombie. Zombie. And deleted. And that's how you get rid of 20 million zombie germs without zombifying everything. What if we all started talking in binary? That would take a long time to say much of anything. This absolutely doesn't need to be there. So you leave that there. And I'm going to put ceramic right there using the same trick that I just did with the zombie spores. One, you just said yes. Well, kind of. No, that's all right. I didn't want you to do your job. Just go back and get lunch, I guess. All right, so now we're pumping the bad water, but into Reservoir G. So that's fine. And then we have a fair few number of rocks. Plus, the nice thing is the crude oil helps to distribute the heat. So we are warming up this area a little bit. 62 degrees in that oil. So a little bit warmer for the guys. Still body temperature low. You're probably at like 48. Yeah. I don't know what that one relocate is that I apparently cannot accomplish, but... And also, we maintained the vacuum, but got this piece replaced from igneous to ceramic, which is going to transmit a lot less heat out of here, so we contain this a lot better. And we can actually continue to just kind of do this. You and Captain Ling Gango today? Yes. A little bit later. You made me laugh so much. It's something I missed, so thank you. Well, I'm glad I'm able to do so, Nightshade Pod. I'm just a little guy doing little guy things, but, you know, best we can do. They're charging battery, but... Because this is, this is where our poop and our pee go. So we need to be able to drain from that. I guess I don't need to be refining the slime at the moment. I don't know how much slime I have, but that generates a little bit of polluted water. We don't need it. So this should hold a fair bit. In fact, We can do... that. And make sure this is still good, secure. Do that. Not that one. So then we can do that. And then we'd be able to do that one. Kept you sane during dark times. You doing you helped me when I needed it. I'm glad. I love to hear that. And I hope that you're improving. It's annoying, but the reality is we need those dark times in our life. We genuinely do. And I hate to hear it. I hate people who tell me it because I don't want to hear it, but it is true. We need those difficult times because we need to be able to contrast our good experiences with those bad experiences to be able to really appreciate the good experiences. Otherwise, good experience is simply normal, and your brain doesn't have anything to compare it against, so normal is uninteresting. And so you're uninterested in those good experiences. You're not able to appreciate them as much. But you have those bad times, which suck, but that you're able to really, truly see and appreciate the beauty that you get with the good times. I taught you how to pronounce Reservoir. Can you change the conveyor to dump at the slicksters? I mean, I could, but I'd have to build a whole system for it. And I don't know that I need it that bad right now. Well, about that, would like to be less frequent or constant. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you. There's no argument there. I wish I could group relocate, though. That would be nice. No part of me is like, I want it to always be painful and difficult. Wait. Oh, God. Okay, that's fine. I was like, that wasn't my vacuum area, was it? But it was not. There's a Steam Workshop mod. I haven't which is weird because I'm normally a, mod it till it breaks sort of guy, but I haven't modded this at all. I've never tried Oni mods. I'm sure they're out there, and I'd probably really like them, and they'd make certain things easier, but I've never tried them. Who out there's like, hi, hell, I've been too happy recently. Could life just suck for a while? Thanks. No one. But that's not the point that I'm trying to make, too. So I hope that's not what you're taking away from that. Okay, so now we have a lot more room in the reservoir as well. And that's not what I made it sound like? Okay, good. I was like, it's not what I'm trying to say. Bristlies! Okay, speaking of bristlies, I'm gonna remove that. No one wants to hear it, no, and be told that, you know, they deserved or needed the bad times. And that's certainly not what I was trying to say, but it doesn't help, but it makes me feel better to say that it can help, to keep in mind the full context of those bad times and how they might be useful to you. Goblin 86, thank you for the 68 months. Wait, it's 86 or 68? I'm so confused. One more month till eggs, though. You're almost there. He's so yelly. He's like... Doesn't help when you're going through it, but it's a nice thought afterwards. Yeah, I think that's fair. Because, I mean, that's kind of like... I don't know if it really is equivalent, but in my head it's equivalent. But that's like that statement about when I was having to let Buffy go, where it's grief is the price we pay for love, and it's like completely and utterly unhelpful while dealing with grief, but afterwards it's still a nice like thought and something to have. In the meantime, while we're talking about that, Lisa is saying D's nuts. So, you know, we're all in different places. What is okay, I don't know where are you? Well, that's fine. What's the one that won't move? Moving granite. Cannot pick up. Cannot pick up. Where is this granite that can't be picked up? How are you not... Huh? I'm so confused. Yikes. You're fine, Lisa. We're just teasing you. The biggest of yikes, Lisa. Like, wow. Okay, this slickster is happy and satisfied. Where's the other one? This guy, you're kind of off on your own. You should probably go down where it's colder. You know, it's a lot cooler up there. Grief is the evidence of our hearts still loving someone even though they are gone. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of available placations, platitudes, I think is the correct term there, like that. And again, they're not necessarily bad, but I do think that they are not helpful in the moment, you know? As much as we would like them to be. $30,000? Holy shit. Why on earth did it poison that hard, though? 23, 22. I mean, at least it's going down. I guess this is 5 million, so we dropped a couple... We dropped some 5 million water in there, I suppose. Who's suffocating? What the hell? What are you doing up there? Get out of there. You can't breathe. Your face will turn blue. What the fuck is wrong with you? I know, they're just doing what I told them to, but still. The whole problem with cream is that nothing is helpful with it. You just got to go through it and let it hurt for a while. I still miss Buffy a lot. All right. I don't think we need any of these Dreco eggs. Let's see. You are 120. We might want the one. So we'll leave one glossy. Never goes away. I would agree with that to an extent. Never's a really long time. I mean, you know, I'm 28 years past my brother, and I would say that it's not too much of a issue for me at this point. But maybe that's just, maybe it's still there. It's just, as you said, so far removed that it is seemingly gone in a way. I feel like this icon for relocate has an icon to relocate the relocate. This is slightly confusing to me. What the hell is this icon? Huh. Okay. Oh, they were carrying it over there, and then the thing went off, and so they stopped carrying it. I understand. Lisa's like, I was very confused. Cam's thank you the 3 months. And Robin, thank you again for the gifted sub to Ryu. All right, we're down from 50K to 34K there. Also, it's very cold right here. Okay, so we emptied that, and then I wanted radiation, and we wanted a red bolt generator, like so. Need to try and get advanced materials research going. I've put it off a little long. Now, Ricolin, we have a new egg. So, next cycle, we'll send Camille over, get the egg brought back, and then do some more diggage. Get some more lead, get maybe the diamond started. There's another egg. So we can go through there. Let's put that out for a minute. It's 2 eggs. You got a brand new cottage cheese and you're not a fan. Well, I think the problem there is that it's cottage cheese. There's not a lot you can do to fix that and still have it be cottage cheese. You think cottage cheese tastes like mozzarella? I don't know if I've ever tried. I don't know. I haven't cottage cheese is one of those that it's naturally gross to me, but if I'm being honest with everybody, I don't know that I've had it to where I understand, but just thinking of how it looks and the texture of it makes me kind of wilt inside. There's 107 tons of Abyssal we've dumped right there. Like, it makes my juju go ja. You know? It's liquidy cheese. It's gonna be a no for me, dog. What do they say? It's buns, man. It's buns. I can't stand dairy products that are liquid-esque, so all dairy? It's funny. All right, charge up them batteries. Although, this should probably be like 10%. Like, we only need to charge it when it really needs to be charged, you know what I mean? It does charge fast enough, so that's nice. You eat it with Funyuns? I haven't had a Funyun for God knows how long. Okay. I want you to dig. I don't want you to be picking up the lead. Like, yeah, I get it. Lead's nice and all. But let's stop it. Okay. Look at all them eggs. All right, and then over here, I think she just said you can crush my balls, but I could have misheard. You missed the cat ears? For what reason? Okay, now... The cat ears enhanced my cuteness. Well, I mean, that implies that my cuteness needs enhancing. And I'm offended. You're gonna eat here, aren't you? Nope. Okay. Schloop. Well, we mined it all. We didn't get to send a ton of it back, but we did send all the Slickster eggs back. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. We'll take omelettas. And then this needs to be relocated down to here. If it's not going to be incubated, it needs to at least be relocated. Have you tried buttermilk? Butterface. All right, now we have some more room in here, so that's good. Still plenty of space here. Yeah, that's fair, Ryu. Powdered milk? No, you know what I don't understand is powdered water. I don't know what to add. Add hopes and dreams. Run, little deodorizer, run! Lisa? Don't choke. All right, so we have those eggs there, and then there should be a fourth incubating, right? Yeah. So that's going okay. This is still recharging. We're digging this out slowly but surely. This can come down all the way. Bissell's still going. This is set to relocate, isn't it? Nope, I guess not. Relocate over here. And then put more ceramic right there. This has 2.8 cycles before it starts. So hopefully we can... Let's see if we can bump this up a little bit, because we're not exactly rip-roaring through here. And... we don't got too many days before it's time. Oh, and it's nighttime. Excellent. You were drinking? As long as you weren't trying to drink powdered water. Okay, and then once that's done, we want to excavate these with some urgency. Man, they are shitty at doing the proximity stuff. I have proximity odd, but good God, they do not seem terribly inclined. They're disinclined to acquiesce to my request, you know? All right, so there's all the down. Now we start to build up a little bit. Thick water is interesting. Ah, I wish to take my water and emulsify it, please. Buried object. You mean my 28 tons of iron ore that probably didn't convert to regular ore? That buried object? I think that's the buried object they're talking about. When I said your name like that, Lisa, calm down. I'm not yelling at you. Bye, Nightshade Pod. Okay, so what I thought might take 2.8 cycles took 0.9, so that's good. We moved right along. Our little slickster havens in around 66 degrees, so that's not bad. We can probably stop with the off. You know what? Fuck it, fill it up. I like filling it up. The idea of trying to swim through thick fluid, I gotta be honest, I just don't like the words that are used at all in any of that sentence, you know? Like it's an uncomfy sentence. You gotta blow it up Demeloir before it rams your Astral. I'm sorry. Sounds like a genre of adult material. Anything's adult material if you're brave enough. With consent. Always important. Would it be a bad idea to have a snack at 11 p.m.? No. No, not at all. I will make myself a sandwich before going to bed. And that's usually at like 4 a.m., so... Okay, this area is coming along, although, like I said, we seem to be hitting a point where I'm having a difficult time getting my dupes to dupe anything. Get it? Dupe anything? Dupe. Yeah, okay. We do have the additional bristleberries. $480. Oh, that's gonna be so brutal. Height. That moment where you do delete, and then you think, maybe I should check the other views in case I'm accidentally and I'm accidentally deleting things. You haven't even gotten up from bed for the day, and we are in the same time zone, so 11 p.m. stack sounds worth the fight. I mean, we're all in different situations. Stupid wicker door. This song's kind of slapping a little. You're almost done. I'm a little surprised that this worked, but it seems like this is working in terms of giving the correct temperatures for them. You have the oxygen docks. Do I put the mask all after the dock, or do I need mini docks? Oh, you mean atmosuit? I mean, these are atmosuit, not oxygen, but I think they work the same. Basically, when you build one, if you look pretty close, you'll see on one side is a regular duplicate, another side is the suited one. You can invert it, obviously, and also the big green arrow, but I never noticed the arrow, and I just look at the suited. So that tells you which side is going to be suited on and which side is going to be suited off. So you place that, and then the secondary, that's actually just the one. The secondary outline is where you can add in suit docks. So you can see that goes right there to hold the suits, and the suits place behind the suit checkpoint. Prophecy of ages. All right, we'll end that for now. We've got ourselves a fair bit of room. This is still a lot of germs, but we're down from 30,000. I don't know what we got up to. Wasn't like 50,000. We're at 17, 19. So not great, but you know, we're here. Did that explain what you were looking for, Ryu? I would expect and or hope that it did, but just to verify, my voice is my passport. It's good to clean up after yourself. Apparently we're resisting. Y'all could resist. I'm trying to make sure that this pocket of polluted doesn't get too out of hand. Hang on, we were looking at more people. Let's see. Banshee, Binge Eater, Vomiter. Never... Vomiter's okay. Never Binge Eater destructive. Banshee's kind of whatnot. +9 is pretty good. Not digging bad machinery makes them not worth a lot. So, not great there. +7's okay. Super duper hard digging is nice to already have. Allergies we don't care about. Pacifists we don't care about. Not good construction, but the Binge Eater, right? Early bird, no thank you. Skilled grilling, kitchen menace. Yes, give me grilling, but also kitchen menace. Print. I said consummate V's. Illy consummate. I tend to focus pretty heavily on digging because it's a big part of the game, and I get annoyed when my dupes won't do it. Apparently, I didn't have it, but apparently the Beyond Meat burrito from Cook Unity was really good too. Oh, speaking of which, my Slickster should be ready, right? Yeah. So we need to migrate them down here. And then we can pick up a new one. What did I do? What happened? I was taking care of something. I was just heard him yell at me. You'll never know, but you should be so embarrassed right now. This fucking slime and its polluted noise, man. How dare? Oh, I dare. Toad in the hole is worth 2 in my bush. Machines without a soul. Okay, so we also have this minor volcano very contained. It's surrounded by ceramic insulator. So there's no additional heat coming off of it. This one's still sending out some heat. But it's actually very isolated because of the abyssalite and vacuum. So really it's just these pieces that are causing any heat distribution. I think we can take that down now, maybe, possibly. We need to sweep out this slime so it stops off-gassing so that I can then tear this down, because I don't want to take this down before I have the polluted oxygen a little bit more dealt with. I don't know what we're delivering. Oh, we're picking up all the stuff from breaking down there. Why is there a Sweetle here? One of these guys is pretty old, right? 124? Yeah. Wait, both my glossies are in my 100s? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, this elixir's done. Remove and deliver. Courtesy of DiGiorno. So I need 2 glossies, glossy Treco eggs. We can get rid of regular. You can't eat them if you go to the gym the same day. Are the lentils like is the gas like gym activated? You're leaving us with so many oh my god, apparently. Oh, of course. Why not? Nice. Perfect. Excellent. I love everything. So, apparently, mobs can go through the entire Radbolt generator situation. So, the only way to do it is through the Radbolt plate. So, yeah, all the shine bugs are now wandering around. Squats can be dangerous. Well, I mean, if bad gas just allows you to cheat on your squats because you can just kind of fire your way back up, right? Hell of a quote right there. Yeah. Don't judge me for the wisdom that I impart. You're never getting away from the choking kink. I mean, enjoy what you enjoy. We're not judging. I love that they apparently decide to chase this Abyssalite down. This is going to annoy me for a long time now. Wait, oh, I was like, what is this? But it's chlorine. Okay. We put this tile in, we remove this. We put one there. And we're gonna get this walled off as well. It's true, farts are in fact merely methane gas. Stop it! Why do they do this? Silliest little silly boys. The problem here is that I have to commit good ore to make this. Like, or I'll never get back kind of thing. I guess if I need to, then what I could do is I could put it like here, and then if I really needed it back, then I could build a bottom onto it and Trobio. The worst thing probably about being here is that by now you have no idea if it's actually pronounced chlorine or chlorine. Chlorine. We Americans say chlorine. That is the correct, not teasing you, chlorine. Now, I shall resume saying it wrong. Now to decide if you believe me? You know you should. What do you mean never give an answer? I literally just gave the correct answer. Literally. Chlorine noir? Stop that. Robio. I like the bleed. A little extra there. I like the extra. I think they're already bringing the carbon dioxide level down. All right. Someone remember carbon dioxide's at the top of the natural gas geyser. Just curious how... Oh, is my slickster done? Nope. Nearly, but not quite. Romeo. Oh, 8. Probably bump this down slightly. Doesn't need to be quite that important. Destructive, binge, and destructive. So those are all no's. I don't know what the hell an Ovagro vine is. I can't be the only one. It's a little bit tryhardish. The way that they sound. No, I can't be the only one. Well, little bit of ninja in there. I'm sorry, what? Don't be sorry. How much do these inhale? Let's see. Does it say how much they take in? $20 kilograms per cycle. That's a lot. That's a lot of fucking carbon dioxide. Knight Rider, 9613, taking the 40 months. I like the stress on the one note. It's like every night is the only one. Salil Gadre, have yourself a pleasant night. Enjoy your chlorine. The chlorinoir. The chlorinet. The clarinet. Were they ever going to build this, or are they just, like, thinking about it? Actually, I don't even know if they're even thinking about it, to be honest. We haven't heard the angry song for a while. Oh my god, this is so hot right there. I never remember what it was called, but I'm on it. I moved to the newer fixed playlist, and so it doesn't have those same ones that we were hearing so frequently. All right, there's the conveyor chute, and then we want to put this here. Least favorite part of this game? Guardian Angel 3-Force? You're scrolling and you saw an image. What do y'all think happens when you pour a Monster Energy and a Guinness in the same glass? Grossness? This song makes you think of Jacksepticeye?
First I made up my mind that it was only
Is there a max map size you can dig out left or right? Oh yeah. This is as I can't go any farther than this. And this is all neutronium. You can't actually dig neutronium. So this is like undiggable. So yeah, you're framed into a box. I can't go any farther down, etc. There. Now they shouldn't chase the Abyssalite because they literally can't get to it anymore. That is a cute emote. I haven't seen that from Claire. All right. As said, they're doing everything except for what I want them to. But we're not getting anywhere with this, so we'll do that. This Elixir's ready. Remove. Relocate to down here. High priority. And then it looks like the other egg popped or either didn't crack or... No, there's extra babies down here. And carbon dioxide still around the same level, so that hasn't changed visibly yet. Dig that out. Dude, when the dupes fall, it's hilarious. I too love seeing their distress. It's crazy, Ellie. I can't believe you'd say that. Okay. Move to here. And deconstruct that. Yes. Excellent. Fall, my pretty, fall. Wah! Don't worry, they don't take fall damage. I'm not that cruel. You don't know Lindsay. Lindsay had it coming. Lindsay's a real piece of work, okay? If you knew Lindsay like we knew Lindsay, you wouldn't be worried about Lindsay. How much fun do you think the devs had making that animation? Not that much, but the artist probably had a lot of fun. You're having a little party? Hey, we're here for your party. Can I reach this? Or is this unreachable now? It kind of looks unreachable. We're gonna put this here just in case. Once again, and to reiterate, Wah! Oh, my dupes are so gross. Well, huh? Jedi Clyde with the 4 years. Get very far.
Does he look like a bitch?
Jedi Clyde, thank you so much. Happy belated Thanksgiving to you. We're almost under 5 digits there. Not quite, but, you know, we're working on it. It's just one big... I don't suppose I could relocate shine bugs. Says it, Ari Cad. Boom. Oh. Ari just fucking yoinked that one and threw him in there. There's another egg. We want to relocate that to here. The idea here is to try and get this room full of shine bugs that can generate, because shine bugs slowly generate radiation. So you have a bunch of wild ones here, and then you have one tame one. The tame one will eat and generate more eggs, and I can move those eggs over so that they all pop into that one room. That's the idea. Whether it plays out like that is still man of mystery. The hell am I gonna do with you guys? You're not polluted, but I still don't have anywhere to put you. Unless I do a big old pipey pipe down here. Where the hell's my blort? There it is. Couldn't see the blort for a minute. Can we do this game for the rest of the evening? Mostly glad to have something to listen to. Well, I mean, I'll be doing something for the entire evening. It might not always be this game, but I do plan on, you know, being here for the duration of the stream. Were that more would feel that way, Ryu, but alas. Not sandstone. Fucking sandstone ladders plague my life. I'm about ready to have them, like, rebuild the entire damn thing, which sounds absolutely ridiculous, but I'm tired of sandstone. Poor sandstone. God damn it, Illy. Ryu? I will do my best to remember. That was kind of a bop. That was Insect featuring Oliva W. Or Au revoir. You knew it was coming? I mean, that's just part of being skilled. Oh, I see. I was like, why is that unreachable? Because I can't reach it. Makes sense? Am I doing DLC or regular playthrough? I believe DLC is enabled. I don't know. These are questions that I'm not great at knowing the answer to. Saturn free. I definitely think I have spaced out and everything turned on. Spaced out deal content. The Bionic Booster Pack, Dilk content. The Frosty Planet Pack, Dilk content. I honestly just turned it on. I was just like, just play. Just stop talking about it. Just play. So I think it's just play mode. All right, well, let's turn that back on until my dupes can get their shit together, which doesn't seem to be a thing. Them getting their shite together. This is slightly lowered. Go, little slicksters, go! Hi, Sable. How you doing? I need to go back and send more dupes into deep space. Yeah, they're little dogs, too. Going down, we're going round. Okay, so why are you not pumpy? Oh, because you're not pumpy. Let's get our honker on. One moment. Sorry, I have police at the door, so had to resolve that. Hey, I left it running. Hopefully nothing blew up. There was some shooting nearby. Not like rural shooting, not like a shooting of people that is being reported, and they had questions. Not a shooting of people in murder and mayhem and violence, but someone being too close to city limits and being from Texas. It's a pretty bad calamity being from Texas. It leads to a lot of silliness. You'd gone from overheating your base and nearly freezing everyone. Temperature management is, in fact, the real enemy of the game. Speaking of which, we're still plenty chilly.
How's my warm little slicksters? How you doing? My little slicksters? Yes, you are. Who's my little slicksters?
You think I've finished dumping my abyssalite out? There's a fair bit. 25, 50, 150... At least 161.7 that I can see. Yeah. Plus 12 AG Gourmet. I mean, plus 12 is pretty fucking high. Biohazardous. Depends on how you're... whether you've managed to fill your water reservoir with food poisoning or not, I suppose. Hey, look, 4 digits. We're getting there. Still don't know how that happened. That was crazy. That was ridiculous. Unexplainable behavior. Secret Hitler in gaming tonight. Would love to see some games of that on stream again. That doesn't play very often. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed. I've definitely had good games of Secret Hitler and bad games of Secret Hitler. It can definitely go in multiple directions. But it can be pretty fun. Let's see. Destructive Banshee, Vomiter, 7. Loud Sleeper, nah. Alright, we could re-enable this to continue devouring slime. how much am I? Medical pack, I still have 5. Down to 7 tablets, or 3. So I need a few more of those. And then the shine egg was delivered there. Is there a shine egg anywhere else that I need to get into the right spot? Because there were 3 of them. I guess I do see the 3. It's fine. You guys can stay there. I think I just canceled my relocate, though, but... Okay, relocate there. This is dumping out, so this should be emptying. Mostly contained this mess of swamp air. Can I see your kitchen setup? Man, my kitchen setup, I haven't done shit with, to be honest. My kitchen setup is garbo. It's literally an electric grill. I haven't even gone to the main wood. Refrigerators to hold the food, and then an egg cracker. And that's it. I didn't have a fridge up in my great hall, so they don't have to go too far. Like, I have not put any good efforts into my kitchen. But were I to build a kitchen proper, what I would do is I would take a tile, and then I would go like that. So if this is my main walkway, I normally do 4 high, so this is the room. And then I would do like that. I would have liquid in each of these corners. And like so. Maybe. Technically, I could have this be right there. And so liquid, I would have airlock there. This would actually be like so. And then I would do the... I haven't even researched it because I think I need to go. But I would do the natural gas grill here. I would have a pump here. Like a mini... I would have one of the mini pumps. Again, I don't have it. I don't think I have the mini pump research, but I would have a mini pump here going to a filter so that chlorine stays in here. I would fill the whole thing with chlorine so that it's sterile, and then I would have an Atmo Pass a suit station here. So, like so, and then I would work from that because the natural gas is going to put off carbon dioxide. So I would have a mini pump that's filtering for that to pull that out as it generates. You could even, if you wanted to, do like a air tile and then put it a little bit lower so that it's not, you don't have any building constraints. In fact, that might actually be better. It's doing something like that and then like that, and then have your pumping through here and have the gas right, or the grill right here. So that way you're sterilizing all of your food that stays in there. Your dupes that are in there obviously need suit wearing, but they aren't uncomfortable, and you're ejecting out the carbon dioxide as it gets made. That would be, I mean, you can make this longer based off of what, you know, egg crackers and other shit, but that would be my base. If you pretend in your heart of hearts that this is the gas grill instead of the electric grill, that would be where I would put that. If I were to put any effort into it at all, which so far I have not. I've just been working on mining out my world. Because it's a lot easier. Yeet, indeed. Does this have food in it? Contents, none. Excellent, good. This is higher priority. I also tend to get any paku that I can find in eggs and gather them into here. But I don't feed them, so that it's just, I get their fillets from their natural life cycle, but I don't have to, like, worry about giving them seeds and everything, so... How's your Ada? How's your athletics is 7. I think at like 10 I can release you into the world and let you out of sweatshop jail. Berlin with the 1 year! 1 year with his account, but so many more in reality if we count my old account too. Fair enough. I appreciate it. I didn't realize you just made a new account. I thought that you just changed your name, your name, but I guess not a. Storage unavailable with clay? Son of a bitch. This filled up fast. Boop. Look, storage is available. Ta-da! Dumb question. What is that big room with the jars at the bottom right of the map? Not a dumb question. This one with the brains? This is a, one of the built-in, like, you know, you find it on like an auto-generated structure. And the idea is something about you're supposed to take dream journals, and if your dupes wear pajamas, if you buy enough pajamas, your dupes wear them, then they sleep and they create dream journals, and then somehow, if you have someone analyze the dream journal, some way or another, you end up getting a buff. But it's pretty obscure, and something that I've been advised by people with a lot of hours that it's not really worth the effort, so I haven't put a whole lot of time into determining how to do. When do you erupt? 12 cycles? One of the nice things here is that this is vacuum, that's vacuum. I could just go zoop and just build the ceramic right up, no problem. Obscure, clerics, obscure for those who come after. All right. If it's enough that I could just mop it, then we can get rid of this. But we are not doing great with the deodorizing over here. But there's also a lot of off-gassing going on. How about some mopping action? Why not turn the right side of the map into one big liquid storage? I don't need it to be at the moment. I mean, you know, it's an option. I have plenty of room. If I like hit a point where I'm like, oh God, where am I gonna put? I know that I have room to do such things. I just have been being a little bit more methodical about it. So as far as I can see, these guys don't eat from the critter feeder. Unlike the... No, it's right there, Shine Bug. Interesting. Have I not delivered any? Oh, it's actually there. And it's cold in here, so it says it's refrigerated, which is kind of weird, but... Deodorizing is such a pain. Aye, it is. Speaking of which, this is moved up, so we could probably go to there. Put this one up there, and then this one doesn't need to be here anymore. Invalid construction location. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I get you. Okay, Ada. Are you now a super duper digger? All right, we have enough slicksters that they're sucking down our carbon dioxide more than we're making it, so at some point they're going to start dying. Oopsies. You hate to hear it, really. Am I doing anything with my volcanoes? They're minor volcanoes, and honestly, I haven't been doing a whole lot with them because maybe a full volcano is a little bit better, but these minor volcanoes, like, they don't have enough output to make it terribly useful. Just annoying. So I've mostly just blocked them off. Like earlier on, I tried to use them to smelt some ore, and it was like a full eruption from the minor volcano was able to like get the ore from like 30 degrees Celsius to 60 before it fully hardened and stopped transmitting. So it was just like not that useful. Looks like we just took something out that blew up our vacuum seal, so oopsies. Let's get that there. Lickety splitskitties. Not sure. I assume one of the things we relocated? I don't know. I don't know what they pulled out. Which one of y'all has something that's super hot? Is it you, Nails? Are you the fucker? It was there not long ago. You're not carrying anything. I've been pretty specific on pulling only certain things out, but I guess something in here... Oh, yeah, this igneous rock is 700 degrees, so I've been really good, except for the part where I wasn't that good. Hey, look. Lindsay's carrying... Or was carrying igneous rock that was 700 degrees. So, can't imagine how that happened, but let's try and get our vacuum back before too much. Fortunately, at this point, we're pretty insulated from it all, so it's not actually that big of an issue, but still not something we want. So let's see. We want to empty this. I think that'll fix the seal, but that's all right. Just go ahead and pass, you know. That granite is 155. That's fine. And that granite's 176. That's fine. No, that's... Hey, you know, what's... Okay, good. I was like, what? Who needs priorities when I could just ignore them? The problem that happens, I think, is that it gets assigned to the next person, but not the next person in proximity, so that it's like the job has someone assigned to it, but that someone is like way off in the distance, and so you're sitting there going like, look at all these people just passing by, not doing anything, when the reality is that it immediately assigned, just not to who we thought it should. But yeah, all I have is 3 miners. These are all 3 of these are minor volcanoes. They just, like I said, they just don't, to me, they don't feel like they put out enough to warrant. I see. I looked at granite, saw 176 and was like, that's fine. And then I marked the igneous, which is 800, and was like, you go. But the miners just don't put out enough to really give you that much benefit from them, you know? Like, they're just enough to be obnoxious. But we've actually been migrating on, you know, as I just blew my air seal, but regardless, we've been migrating a lot of the stuff that we've dug out from here that's in the hundreds and moving it over to kind of give a warmer space for the slicksters over here, because you know, they want a little bit of heat. And honestly, my map is, if anything has been too cold, which is not common, but still, I've had more of an issue of chilliness than heat at this point, because I do have a full cool slush and a cool salt slush available to me to use. So anytime I need to lower temps, it's pretty easy to do so. The Golden Joystick Awards, and Claire Obscure 1. Rightfully so. Claire Obscure is pretty fucking cool. It was a very well done, very good game. Good gabs. Hi, City League. How you doing? Why do I want the vacuum? So, vacuum heat doesn't transfer. So in a correct vacuum, there's no way for the heat to transfer from point A to point B. So one of the things that I'm doing is, you can't tell very well because these already have heated. But as I've said before, in this game, your immediate concerns are feeding and breathing, right? And then secondary is drinks, but basically food and air is your immediate concern. But in the long-term run of a base, it is heat death. Heat management, if you get past the point where you're just trying to keep your dupes alive, is very much a huge aspect, and probably what ultimately kills long-term bases more than anything else. If you can't mitigate heat more than it's generated, then eventually you will burn yourself out, quite literally. So what I'm doing is I'm isolating these volcanoes, which are obviously going to output. They create out of thin air into the environment 1,500 degree igneous rock. It's a lot of heat, it's a lot of energy, etc. I'm using what's available to me, my most insulating tile, which is ceramic. So that has the lowest heat transfer index that possible to me at the moment, to block these in. And then vacuum means that it also doesn't transmit like via the air, because there is no air. So it's a way to keep the heat from going where you don't want it to. It's just one more containment option. So obviously solid to solid's going to transmit better, but it's like, assuming I get back to a vacuum here, right? We'll assume that this is the vacuum that it's supposed to be. Then all of this heat that's pulled from here comes from the lava that drops out of this. This spews out lava, it goes over, and it doesn't look like it, but the reason this rock is here, is because they're cooled lava. So this one's 766 degrees Celsius. It's already cooled a lot. This is obviously still lava, 1,400 degrees, etc. And so that's passed on that heat all throughout this granite and this rock and this sort of thing. Abyssalite is the game's natural insulator. So all of your biomes are always divided by this abyssalite. That's the shit that I have way too much of and you can't do a whole lot. So abyssalite doesn't transmit heat much either. So with this being vacuumed and with the abyssalite blocking this in, I don't care how hot this gets. None of that will ever affect me. Where if I have air in here, then this is heating that air, and the air can in turn cause lots of problems and things through the base. In a even more micro but still significant problem, the air heats up your machines. And your machines can absolutely overheat, and it's obnoxious as fuck when you're trying to keep your machines from overheating. So by pulling a vacuum again, I'm able to have machines in here that don't overheat, and I can use them normally without. There are materials that you can create or use to mitigate a little bit the overheating, but it is still very much a thing. So you can see right here, for this gas pump, the overheat temperature by default is 75 degrees Celsius. So just this air right here, 97.9, if you look at the sour gas, like this is enough. If I were to just leave it here, eventually my gas pump would warm up enough to where it starts overheating to try and run. It's only 38.3 for a couple reasons, but if I were to not take care of it, then that could start to overheat it. Then there are materials like this steel, which you can see if you look down kind of the bottom right where it's blinking. If I make it out of steel, it gives an extra 200 degrees protection from that. So the overheat temperature becomes 275 degrees Celsius. And so that's a lot better to work with. I think tungsten, if you have it, does even better. I don't think I have any tungsten. The gold will do 50, etc. So again, this is one of those games that what the thing that you're fighting in the game changes as your level of expertise changes. And when you get past the how do I feed them, how do I give them water, how do I make them breathe, and you have that down pretty effectively, and your base is just going, then it becomes how do I keep them from burning to death eventually. I'm getting sour gas? Yeah, not intentionally. The sour gas is just because I carried some 700-degree rock past the crude oil, and crude oil evaporates at 500 degrees to sour gas. So 538, and I get sour gas out of petroleum, which is from the oil. So they ran past it, transferred a whole lot of heat, and bada boom, bada bing. Because these are... That igneous rock right there, 780 degrees. This wood, 760, etc. The room with the brains, we've talked about it a couple times, but it's a auto-generated structure that's there when you get in, and it allows you to, if you go through, it's kind of a mini quest. If you do a series of hoops, then you can get a little bit of a benefit from it. What happens if you put cooling liquid around your volcanoes? The cooling liquid heats up when the volcanoes go off. The lava will harden. If there's enough of it, then it'll create an actual block. Otherwise, it'll just drop into another drop similar to this. The cooling liquid will heat up, and then I would have to either figure out what I'm going to do with it or not. If it's heated up, then I have to take that heat somewhere else in order to make it be able to continue to cool. Eventually, it is possible, either for me doing it or just it sitting here on its ass long enough, that it builds up enough over the top of it that it stops itself, similar to this one. I mean, this is just because I didn't excavate it, but when you get these 6 tiles blocked up, then the volcano can't erupt. It's, it's like overpressure or whatever. So they will eventually basically disable themselves, but not before many problems. But if I put and then again, the other thing is if I put cooling in there, like cooling pipes, Pipes also have, or pipes transfer their heat to their material inside of it. So the liquid itself would start heating up. If enough heat gets into that it evaporates, it will burst your pipes. Because unless you have only 1/10 of the pipe's capacity for fluid consumed or utilized, then it will break your pipes when they evaporate. So there is a world where you can put in a flow meter and block how much coolant is going down the pipe. So you say you only want 1/10 of a pipe's worth of coolant to go down, and that coolant will evaporate, but it's okay because you've already planned for that, and you come back, and so you can actually have it almost a heat pipe sort of situation there. So that is possible, but by default, if you take the heat, you have to handle it. And in fact, that's the same way that I'm doing the cooling. You see how these are really cold? Basically, these are heat generators. If you look, it says jumbo battery, power available, heat production 1.25 K DTUs. So these are putting out heat, and that's just the power loss of batteries. It's one of the reasons you don't love batteries. So what I do to try and keep this area cool is I have a pump up in this area. This is a cool slush geyser, so the polluted water that comes out of it is negative 10 degrees by default. So this is pretty cold water. It's 1 degree, -1, 4.1. It's warmer over here, which is my return. But, 0 to 10 degrees Celsius water in here. I have a pump right here. It pumps up, goes, it does a little cycly poo, and then it comes through. And then you notice these are gold. That's because these are what are called radiant liquid pipes. They are made out of metal and a high conductive metal. And so the whole point of this pipe literally is to take the heat that is either to transfer the heat between it and the liquid within it. So literally a cooling pipe. If it were colder in here, then I would cool this down and the water would be coming out colder. But if it's hot, so we have going in, it's coming in at 4.8 degrees, 4.9 degrees. So about 5 degrees Celsius is what the input is. And then on the output, it's 10 degrees Celsius. So we're pulling, we're heating this water as it goes through and then sending that back and recycling it. So that's how this room gets so cold. And same thing with the volcano and stuff. If this room was hot enough that it would boil that water, then the pipes would burst. I'd have to repair them. The water would spill everywhere. It's a whole thing. All right, so we've mostly handled this polluted area. But yeah, there are much more interesting volcanoes and much more difficult to maintain volcanoes. These are miners, and so they're just kind of little bitches. They're not that great. So there's a few ways to delete and create matter. Like I said, the volcanoes will generate out of nothing hot material, and so that's introducing all this heat into the world that wasn't there, and I have to mitigate it. In general, with gases, when an area, like, as you pull a vacuum, the gas will stretch out, so there's not very much gas there. When you get down to a low enough number, and it can't stretch out anymore, it will actually just delete it. And so basically, like, say this gets to 1 microgram of sour gas and this is vacuum. This will try and spread, and it'll be in a point number, and it will round it down. So this will delete and this will delete. And so when you actually see it go into a vacuum, you usually see it start at the pump and then kind of spread over as that floating point basically gets pulled in. And so you're kind of seeing that, like, it's just right at that edge. the pump's not, like, you can see the pump's not even running that much. It's only pumping a little bit, but even still, the vacuum section, which is the grays, are moving to the right slowly, and that's as what's left in here gets spread out and then deleted. So, could you have the volcano cool and go dormant if you compact then in a cycle of cooling liquid in and out? The dormancy is pre-programmed. It's you can analyze it. You can see that it actually has in it an eruption period of this many seconds. Every these many seconds, it's active for this many cycles. Like, so there is no other than having it blocked off. There is no changing the dormancy of it to where you basically overpressure it. And that said, I've never tried. I don't know, and maybe Jedi Clyde knows because Jedi sounds like they play it as well. I've never tried to like just build tiles. Actually, you can't, right? I was like, you can't build right here. So I could do what I could do is I could basically enclose it like this, and then eventually it's going to just stop itself because it outputs and doesn't go anywhere. But you don't need any cooling for that. You just block it in. So, yeah, you can kind of see the vacuum slowly moving over. This isn't the gas pump pulling in. The gas pump's not even running, but there's so little sour gas over here that when this tries to spread out, it's like the game's like, nah, it's too little. You know, there's a floor there, and it's deleting it. So it's very slow because this is still 20 micrograms. There's a fair bit, but again, it kind of like, you think of it as half of this goes to half of that, half of this goes to half of that, half of that, and so you get into really small numbers, and it takes a while. But thanks for hanging out, Ryu. Have a good night. But yeah, Kiria, if I really wanted to just completely shut off the volcano, then I just enclose it, and I kind of have. I just gave it more room to work with because sometimes, as we saw, when I'm not fucking it up by boiling off my crude oil, sometimes those heated rocks are useful. We needed to heat this area for the slicksters, so I grabbed some of that warmed rock and carried it over, and now this area, instead of it being, you know, it was at like 40 degrees Celsius, now it's at 140 in these areas. So there is use and utility in anything that generates heat and energy. Because heat is energy. Now, one of the things that's more interesting than what you're talking about is if this were a full volcano, there's a whole setup, and it's kind of involved, but there's a whole setup where you use the output of the volcano, the heat of the volcano, to heat up steel plates, and you boil water off those, and there's water boiler turbines, steam turbines. And so you can use the volcano to generate steam, and you use that steam to generate power. And at that point, you are using a cooling loop in order to cool the steam generators, and it's a whole fucking thing. But that is absolutely something that you can do, and that you trying to figure out a way if there's a way to avoid saying do, but that you do actually do if you have a full volcano, not just a little bitch one. So it is Lingo night tonight. Yeah, that's what I did with this one. Once I realized that I didn't it's been so long since I played Jedi Clyde that I couldn't remember I didn't remember how useless these smaller ones are. Ha, soft lever. Yes, the DLC is installed. There is DLC. I'm not sure how this guy gets fed, but I'm pretty sure this ain't working. Because I don't think you... I didn't think that you needed to, like, try and do a grooming on a shine bug. But, I mean, I guess we could try. Oh, that doesn't actually need power. Yeah, I had a alum down here. He was originally in like he came via the printer, and he was an original one, and then eventually I moved him down here to just kind of get him out of the way. But who's making a mess? Why are you what? Oh, Lindsay, you silly goose! This is the most duplicate thing you can do. Actually. She did a pee. Just have her dig the block. Whoops. I pressed the wrong button. Dig, 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 dig. This is neutronium. Neutronium is basically the bedrock of, but without all the rules that let you remove it. But neutronium you can't dig. So. Name a more iconic duo. I know, right? But yeah, if you don't let your dupes go to the bathroom, they will create a pile of polluted water. $6,000, $5,000, $7,000. Slowly, ever so slowly. Or is anyone gonna mop or no? You just too good. You too good to mop? Is that what you are? Oh, there you go. I want to mop up these messes, preferably sooner rather than later, because they off-gas the polluted oxygen, and that's kind of the enemy that we're fighting over there. Let's see. Could probably drop you again. I'm full of reed fiber. That doesn't make sense. Oh, that's balm lily versus reed fiber, right? Suit wearing's not bad. Pacifists don't care about, but binge eaters no. Vomiters okay. +6 is crap. That one was almost tempting, but then not quite. You can dig neutronium if you throw a bunch of rad bolts at it. So is it just, do you just never tame a Oh, Ari's coming to groom the shine bug, I guess. Polished it up. Look. Being groomed. All right. Well, that's how shine bugs get groomed, I guess. And look, it seems to be shining more shiny, shine bright like a diamond, you know? Groomed is happiness +5, and then wildness is -55% cycle. So it gets less and less wild as it goes. I bet he feels great now. He just, like, you know, I wish someone would groom me like that, right? These plug slugs are actually kind of interesting. You can try and run a base off them. If you press the electrical overlay, you can see that it's actually got +40 watts. When they go to bed at night, they hang from the ceiling and put off power. And you can put up electrical line here at this level that they hang to, and try and utilize that power. If they're not, this is wild. Wild puts off a lot less, but if it was groomed, then it'd be like 360 watts. So you got to have like battery power storages and quite a few of them. But you could definitely, if you have the food to give to them, you could definitely do a lot of powering of your base with them. So that's a little bit silly, but doable. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys humoring me. I know that Oni's a lot for a lot of you. And that I sit there and babble about all the mechanics and stuff. It is just one of those games that is like silly involved when you get into it. Like there's so much more than you expect there to be with the different pieces. And so I appreciate you all humoring me. I'm gonna flip over into Minecraft, and we'll get started on Ling Gango here. Sparkles won't be here for another half hour. Don't get too excited. But we'll have some time and whatnot. That was weird. To look over the AE system, see if there's anything that we want to be doing, and all that. So it takes me a couple years to get everything lined up on the YouTube side and moved over, and then I've got to run to the bathroom as well. So I'm going to leave you guys in burb. We'll be back in a few minutes. We've got Minecraft coming up. All right, back at the desk. YouTube's all set up. Now I just need to launch the correct game. Sorry about your Eustachian tubes, Mordred.